Welcome. Oh, God damn it. Damn it. I was so ready. Welcome. Hello and welcome. Oh my God, I hate this already. Oh my God, I hate this already. I apologize in advance, chat room. I apologize in advance. I don't know. I don't know if I'll sound. I hope I don't sound any different right now. Like just in terms of audio quality. I am probably going to be talking differently than I normally do. And the reason for that is that literally, for those who, last night in the middle of Sox's, Pokemon Crystal media share stream, cause I was like kind of just fucking around with the cable to my headphones, because they are several years old, and have since gotten very like curled up, and everything. So I was just trying to straighten them out. And in the process of doing, I don't know what I did. I don't know if like two wires inside the cable like touched or something or what, but suddenly I could only hear out of the left ear of those headphones. So I had to spend the rest of that stream only hearing out of my left ear, which is, I've had to deal with that before. But it isn't any less maddening every time it happens. I have already bought a replacement cable. It's supposed to be getting here on Friday, I want to say. Which unfortunately does mean I have to spend the rest of the week like this, but I mean, listen, it's okay. It's not the end of the world. I'm certainly hoping and praying that it is the cable that's wrong with the headphones and not the headphones themselves, because boy, I really don't feel like spending over $100 on like proper, like, you know, audio equipment. I really would prefer not to do that. I mean, my birthday is coming. No, I'm kidding. That was absolutely a joke. So the reason why I bring that up is because I am wearing different headphones. I'm wearing different headphones than I normally do. Shout out once again to Bradley from the American Heart Association for sending me these American Heart Association branded headphones, like a headset like years ago. And I never really used them because I was like, well, I have like headsets and stuff, so like I don't really need this, but I'm obviously gonna hold on to it. And that time is now. So they are definitely coming in clutch. The only problem, and this is not a remark, a slight on anyone. Wearing these now, and I also did have like a pair of earbuds that I tried to make sure that those work also, and they do. But it does just remind me of how much I like hate basically 99% of all headphones that have ever been made. Because right now, because the Sennheiser, I have like Sennheiser, I can barely turn my fucking head. That's how short this cable is in comparison. I have it's a pair of Sennheiser headphones that have like this like mesh material around the ears. So even though it is over ear headphones, I could still like, hear everything going on around me. Um I cannot. I cannot right now with these headphones. So it is basically as if someone has put pillows over my ears, and that's how it sounds like when I'm talking, and it's kind of driving me a little crazy. Um the other problem is that because these are different headphones, I cannot plug them into my audio interface, which means that I cannot use the like direct monitoring thing that I could with my other headphones that did just plug directly into my audio interface. Um which again would help me just kind of like hear myself and hear everything around me. So it's again, as far as problems to have, it's on the lower end. Like, I'll live. Everything will be okay. It is just something that I have to put up for a week, and then hopefully never again, at least not for until I need to either replace the cables or if in the future I need to get new headphones. However, for somebody like me who has like uh audio processing like kind of related issues, it is like kind of a nightmare. It is kind of a nightmare. um but we move regardless. I may actually just move over to, now that I think about it, I might actually just move over to the earbuds. In fact, yeah, hold on. Oh my god. Yeah, hang on. I'm going to unplug. Hang on. I'm going to mute the desktop audio really quick just so that you guys don't get any like feedback when I do this. Okay, there we go. Okay, so that did break something. Literally the second that I said hopefully this doesn't break something, it did in fact break something. I think it's just because Voicemeeter did not like the fact that I suddenly didn't have a like pair of headphones plugged in. Can you guys hear me? And do I sound okay? Okay. Good. Um okay. Well, um yeah, I don't know. Do I have anything to talk about before stream? You know what I might actually do? I might actually do the thing that like Germa does, where they only, no, I think I'll probably just keep both earbuds in. I hate earbuds. I hate putting shit in my ears. I hate putting shit in my ears. I don't like it. I don't like it. No earbuds have ever felt good. No earbud on earth has ever felt good to wear. I don't like it. I don't like it at all. Do I have anything to talk about? My birthday's next week. My birthday's next week. My birthday's next Monday. I'm gonna be turning 29, which is weird to say out loud. I'm gonna be 30 soon. I'm gonna be 30 next year. That's weird. That's cool. Um, I want to do something for my birthday, but I don't know what. I don't know what. I just know that I want to do something for my birthday. Last year, my birthday last year, fucking sucked. My birthday last year was really bad. Um Not for any like particular, not for like anyone's fault really. It was kind of just much like last year in general. It was just a lot of like unfortunate circumstances and unfortunate timing that kind of just piled together. Um so that's just kind of how it was. And I also ended up like spending it like not really with anybody. Um and so it's like I definitely want to change that. I definitely want to avoid that this year. So I'm definitely going to be doing stuff with friends, hopefully. Whether or not I want to do a stream of some kind, but whether or not I do it on the actual day of my birthday, I'm not 100% sure, because I would also like to be able to just chill and like have some time with, people in private. But I also do enjoy kind of making an event out of it. So I'm not sure. I'm unsure. But I also should like kind of figure that out sooner than later if I want to involve people with it, because it's, in less than a week, and I'd like to give people kind of notice if I'm wanting them to be a part of it. But we'll see. We'll see what next week shapes up to be. Um and I'll let you all know as soon as I know. But yeah, my birthday's next week. I'm very excited. Um Other than that, oh my god, I should probably bring up Heart Month again. Uh since in 2 days that will be in 2 weeks. um if you weren't here for this, I am every year, or almost every year, I try to do it every year. I do something with the American Heart Association for Heart Month, which is their kind of month-long event to, raise money and also raise awareness for heart disease and everything like that. It's a very good cause. It's a very good event. It's a very fun event. Um, I have done stuff for it in the past. I have like playing Jump King, and last year I did Crowd Control Mario Party 3. I also did an art stream, but I definitely think the Mario Party 3 stream was the highlight. That was one of the most fun things that that's like one of the most fun things I've ever done on stream, I think. Like, without exaggeration, I loved that stream I love that stream so much. It was so much fun. And this month I am going to be doing something similar. My plan is to once again do crowd control, except this time I will be doing I will be going through all of the classic Mega Man games, all of the NES Mega Man games, with crowd control enabled when they have them. Because annoyingly, only Mega Man 1 and Mega Man 6, as of the last time that I checked, I mean, I'll check again, like, literally right now. I'm actually just, you know what I'm gonna do? Until I start, like, listening to stuff, I'm just gonna keep my headphones off. I'm just gonna keep these earbuds out, which is weird. It's weird to be talking to you right now and not have anything in my ears, but I kind of like it. Let me just double check one more time. Crowd control, games, Mega, sorry, did it Hightail? Okay. Okay, yeah, no. It's, they've got, for some reason, only Mega Man 1 and Mega Man 6 do not have crowd control support. So the event would basically be bookended without crowd control. And then Mega Man 2, 3, 4, and 5 do have crowd control enabled. And what does the crowd control even look like? Oh, this sucks. Oh. Oh no. Oh no. I just looked at what this does. Oh, that's terrible. Oh no. Oh dear God. Well, I've already said it. So I can't take it back. I've already said it, so I can't take it back. Fuck, that's awesome. Oh my God, wait, no, I'm looking forward to this so much more now. Oh my God, that's incredible. Excuse me. So yeah, that should be, if I have my dates right, let me actually, let me actually just look at, yes, okay, so the current dates right now are, oh, wait, I might not even be able to do this now that I think about it. But the current dates right now are Thursday the 19th and Friday the 20th. Those are the current dates set up right now for it. Those may change. And if they do, that will, I will let y'all know. But until then, look forward to that. I certainly am. And with that said, I don't think I have anything else to talk about. Let's get started, shall we? I'm gonna put the headphones, I'm gonna put the earbuds back in. And let's get started here and read some freaking Umineko, shall we? So what happened last time? A lot happened last time, actually. A considerable amount happened last time. Hold on, I'm gonna take a bite of my sandwich. Most of there is the big thing. There is obviously the big thing that happened at the end of the stream. But other than that, it was kind of a Natsuhi torture episode. It was a bit of a Natsuhi torture episode until she got some closure in the form of some very, like, out of nowhere, like, kindness from Kinzo. Where Kinzo was basically like, Kinzo was basically like, you're the realest motherfucker in the room. Um and you are more deserving of the one-winged eagle than like anybody who is actually related to me. um which is awesome. uh Yeah, no, I'm still thinking about the line of like, you may not be allowed to wear the one-winged eagle on your person, but you definitely wear it in your heart. I was like, fuck, man, that's good writing. That's good shit right there. Yeah, Kyrie and Badler talked about the possibility of a 19th person on the island with them, and whether or not that's Beatrice, or if Beatrice is just one of the 18 people that are on the island. uh Kraus showed Natsuhi the gold bar to confirm that, like, yes, the gold is real. The gold does in fact exist. um yeah, it was a bit of a Natsuhi torture episode, and then it was a bit of a Shannon torture episode, where George proposed to her. We don't gotta get into it. we don't gotta get into it. And then everybody, and then a bunch of people, died. And then a bunch of people died. Okay, who was it specifically? It was, it was Rudolph. It was Rudolph and Kyrie. It was Kraus. It was Rosa. It was Goda and Shannon. I think were the six that were killed. And yeah, it was like they were fucking brutalized. It was not good. It was quite bad. Natsui was like, yeah, Natsui was supposed to be one of them. Like, I feel, um only because of the fact that there was like the red shit on her doorknob, uh that nobody knows how it got there. So I think that she was supposed to be one of the six, and then was spared because of the little magic trinket that Maria gave to Jessica, and then Jessica gave to her mom. Um and then that's about where we left off, I think. Her convo with Jessica kills me, man. I know. It's so good. It's so good. It's such a good conversation between like two people that really don't see eye to eye, um but obviously love each other and care about one another, but just have distance between them, um and are both very awkward about trying to bridge that gap for different reasons. One, because Jessica kind of, resents her parents for who they are, um and like their position, and like especially like what they're trying to do right now. Like, she's coming away from the conference with like a kind of a weird, like, in kind of worse opinion of her family. um and then Natsuhi very much like kind of in a position where she feels like she needs to remain distant to ensure that Jessica has the best chances that she can get in life, because Natsuhi feels that, not so much that she feels, that she understands that Jessica is basically already at a disadvantage despite being, you know, in line to succeed, that she is at a disadvantage because of the fact that she is, you know, a woman entering a man's world. um because because Natsui is unfortunately all too familiar about what that feels like, and wants to make sure that that never ever happens to Jessica if she can prevent it, which unfortunately does kind of result in her being strict with her just to make sure that Jessica has all of the best chances and all of the best opportunities that she can get. um it's good. It's just good. It's just good. All right, let's play the video game. Wouldn't Jessica's husband technically become the successor? Yes. So that is the other thing, is that like it is also like a lot of it is still very much framed in the way of like, I need to make sure that Jessica can get a good husband because unfortunately that's how the family works. um it is still like, even though it is Jessica who would be doing all of the work to, you know, set herself up as like the successor and everything, she would still kind of become second fiddle the second that a husband is in the equation. um and like the only reason that like the only like basically the only person that kind of got away with like kind of circumventing that was Ava. And that's just because she did the trickery, like the tomfoolery that she did with like having Hideyoshi keep uh take the Ushiromiya name, uh so that Ava could stay on the family register. All right, I'm pressing play. I'm pressing play on this video game. Okay. Let me page up. Bird up. Oh, I can't like, oh, I also can't like lower the volume. I'm also realizing, because I like, it was very convenient with my audio interface because it has like a volume knob right on it. So like I didn't have to worry about whether something was too loud or quiet on my end, because I could just turn it up or down and it would not affect you guys at all. But now I have to like, I don't have that same luxury because this thing is plugged right into my computer. But again, we move. Also, I almost forgot. Aperture City, thank you for the tier 1 for 49 months. They said, hi, streamer. Hi. That reminds me, I did want to ask, and this is kind of more specifically directed at Aperture City, but could also be extended to just any of the knowers, in the chat, like the people who have, you know, read this already. Because I want to play other music. I want to play other Umineko music, like in the pre-stream, but I obviously don't want to like look any of it up. You know what I mean? So if there is somehow any way that somebody could tell me like what songs we have already listened to, I I would appreciate that. And then I will use that information accordingly. All right, let's press start. And let's load. Oh my God, Maria. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh no. All that could be heard was the sound of the rain, the voices from the kids' TV program Maria was watching, and the engrossed Maria's cackling voice. She doesn't know. In other words, what greeted them as they returned dumbfounded from that horrible, bizarre scene was the voice of Maria as she rolled around laughing at the TV. Oh man. Oh man. Those who returned to the room didn't know how to explain to Maria that her mother was dead and were trapped by a suffocating silence. What the fuck do you do, man? Like what? Like what? At first, Maria returned their stares with a dubious look. But when she realized they weren't trying to blame her for anything, she ignored them and then again immersed herself in the TV program. The children wordlessly sat down heavily on the sofa. Their minds were probably blank from their state of shock. Everyone had already cried and mourned so much, but now they just vaguely sat there, their faces seeming to have lost all emotion. Only Cannon had returned to his usual calm expression. However, that probably didn't mean he'd been able to wipe out the shock. Nothing was reflected in his eyes as he stared into empty space. Hideyoshi kept on fidgeting, and every time he remembered that horrible scene, he started muttering about how he couldn't believe it, how it couldn't have been something from this world, how it must have been the work of demons. Every now and again, his mutterings produced a question directed at Nanjo, but the latter kept repeating in a calm, doctor-like manner that nothing could be understood by only glancing at the scene, and that until the police arrived, they wouldn't learn anything. However, Nanjo only appeared calm next to Hideyoshi, who simply couldn't suppress his agitation and fear. In fact, Nanjo had also received a huge shock, and his face was a deathly pale. Maybe that atmosphere was why she tried to rise to the challenge and take charge. Natsuhi appeared to be unchanged from her normal attitude, and she briskly gave directions. Oh yeah, Natsuhi's like the head now. Natsuhi's like the head next in line to succeed. Now that Kraus is dead. I will go see father. Genji, quickly contact the police. Certainly. I wonder if you would allow me to tag along, Natsuhi-ne-san. Since Kraus-ni-san is now gone, the task of aiding father has been left to me. It would be improper of me to relax here while relying entirely on you. Natsuhi was struck speechless by Ava's aggressive move in a situation like this. She seemed to be claiming that with Kraus dead, the one to take responsibility shouldn't be his wife, but herself, the next highly ranked in the family. Like, ugh, like, God, it sucks. Like, it sucks so bad. Or maybe she hadn't been at all happy when Natsuhi took command without reference to her in such an extreme situation. However, even Ava's mind had been blank from shock until a moment ago. She only came to her senses after Natsuhi started giving orders. Damn, that was fast. Dude, we like just started and we already got the fucking tired expression. Just do as you like. Natsuhi started walking without saying a word more. Ava followed behind her. As they did, Kumasawa ran into the parlor. She usually wasn't the kind of person to run around under normal conditions, most people would have taken her entrance as sign that something was the matter. but because everyone else was still stricken with shock, they hardly even noticed her. Madam, madam! If you're looking for Natsuhine-san, she went to see father. She'll probably be back soon. What happened, Kumasawa-san? You see, in the dining hall, there was blood. Blood! The ears of everyone in the parlor twitched. Everyone thought the same thing. I hope I misheard that. Any container can only hold so much, and no one here would be capable of handling yet another tragedy. So they all thought it. I hope I misheard that. What happened? In the dining hall? When I went to the dining hall to set up for breakfast... The first one to start running was George. His harsh footsteps jogged Hideyoshi and Nanjo to their senses, and they chased after him. Battler and the others followed. They flew into the dining hall one after another, but they didn't find any change that might have caused Kumasawa to go pale. To those who had viewed that gruesome scene in the storehouse, it was a bit of an anticlimax. However, Kumasawa, who had followed them, pointed it out. There really were some traces of blood remaining on the floor. Compared to that terrible scene, it wasn't very impressive. However, if you calmly thought about it, this definitely indicated the loss of a lot of blood. There's another puddle of blood over here. What in the world? It appears that a great deal of time has passed. It's probably safe to say they were killed here last night. It definitely looks that way. We were talking together in the dining hall until late into the night. After that, someone must have forced their way in. Dad, when did you and Mom slip out of the meeting and go to sleep? It was a little past midnight. So, we should probably assume it happened after that. Are you kidding me? Give me a break. Lady, please, stay strong. After seeing that hell on earth in the storehouse, this is nothing. Really? Good for you. I feel like my head's gonna explode. This is the dining hall, right? Every day, this is where I'd eat, complain about school, complain about homework, talk to my dad about my grades. That's what this place is to me. Lady, it wouldn't be good to remain here any longer. Let's return to the parlor. I agree. Uncle Hideyoshi, I think this room will be really important to the police. Don't you think it'd be bad if we trampled all over it? Battler proposed this in a slightly firm voice as, along with Cannon, he grabbed the pale and shaking Jessica's shoulders. Everything is just as Battler-san has said. There is nothing more to be gained from remaining in this room. Nanjo spoke while looking at everyone's pale faces. Even though that horrible scene in the storehouse felt like something not of this world. At least then we'd be able to leave, to cut ourselves off from that place and run away. Everyone had shared in that feeling. However, this dining hall was different. It was in the mansion, the main building on this estate. And as Jessica had said, it should have been one of the most calming places even inside the mansion. I do forget sometimes that Jessica has just been living here. All this is happening in her home. Yeah, I can't even imagine. It was where all of the relatives had eaten lunch and dinner. Oh god, at dinner yesterday. The shock of seeing this place smeared with blood reminded us of that horrible spectacle in the storehouse, and forced us to accept that we hadn't really been able to run away from the scene of that tragedy. I agree too. The Cobra might have left traces in this room. Amateurs like us shouldn't stir the place up. Let's leave quickly. Quickly, quickly! Hideyoshi also understood the meaning of what Battler had said, and pushed everyone to hurry out of the dining hall. Okay, you know what? I might actually... Hold on. I apologize. Hang on. I might actually just... Even though I said that I couldn't deal with only being able to hear out of one ear, I might actually just go plug in my Sennheiser headphones again, just because I can't... I just hate these earbuds. Just give me 1 second. Okay. All right, I return. Yeah, this is immediately like again, as much as only being able to hear out of the left ear is bothering me, I will fucking deal with it. Instead of like everything else that I had to give up. I will just deal with it. The way we were then, looking at that blood any longer would have been too harsh. Hopefully everything still sounds okay. Hopefully nothing is like weird sounding or whatever. Nobody went against his words. Everyone raced each other out of the dining hall. It was almost as though the last person in the room would be trapped in there, all alone. Well, yet another scene to... Another horrifying scene to witness, and then another scene to walk away from, and then come back to Maria going, la 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 la. Once in the hallway, we lent a hand to Kumasawa, who was still trembling and leaning against the wall, and we all headed back to the parlor together. Then Genji returned.
Oh, Genji-san. Were you able to contact the police?
As to that, I'm afraid I must apologize. Don't know if it was a failure of the radio or something else that caused it, but...
What the? So you couldn't contact the police?
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh. Both the phone and the radio failed?
My apologies. A boat will be arriving on Monday morning, and I believe we will be able to borrow their communications equipment.
Isn't there a boat on this island? Can't we just take a little trip out to the Nijima Police Department? In the middle of a typhoon, bruh? Hideyoshi-san, that would be impossible with this weather. At the very least, we can't do anything until the typhoon passes us by.
Kraus-sama's boat is being repaired and is not on the island. Therefore, we must wait for the boat coming on Monday.
How could this happen? 6 people are dead! The phones and the radio aren't working and there's no boat?
Okay, bro, not so loud. Not so loud, bro. Maria's watching Bluey.
Not so loud. So until the typhoon passes and the boat comes, in other words, until tomorrow morning, we're gonna be stuck here on this island unable to contact the police, aren't we? Which means that not just us, but the criminal who killed everyone is also confined to this island.
That certainly follows. The culprit who killed everyone is still here on the island.
So the bastard who killed Dad and the others must still be hiding somewhere, unable to escape. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! I'll catch that bastard. No way I'll hand him over to the police. I'll slice him into bits myself. Ah! Oh, brother. Maria had finally realized that something odd was happening in the parlor. Rather than noticing something odd, it was probably better to say she felt unhappy and neglected, since everyone was getting so excited about something only she didn't know about. Ooh, Jessica One-chan, did someone die? The way she spoke was completely calm, just as though she was talking about someone who had appeared on a television drama, as though it was someone else's problem. Oh. Jessica probably didn't like that. As though trying to say, can't you tell just by looking at me overwhelmed with grief? She flared up at Maria. No, God. Oh. They all died. Everyone. Everyone. My dad and Battler's parents. Oh no, you gotta be more tactful than this. Oh God. Oh, it's just all going wrong. Oh, it's just all shit. It's just all shit. It's just poop. It's just poop the whole way down. No. Fuck. Goda-san and Shannon. And even your mother, too. No. Stop it, Jessica-chan. You aren't the only one who's sad. Maria-san, I know this will come as a shock, but please listen. Your mother has died. Mama died? Ooh? Yeah, someone killed her. I know it's sad, but stay strong. She isn't gonna get it. No, she's not even gonna get it. She doesn't even, no. Oh, God. How many people died? 6 people! 6 people! Damn it! How could anyone do something that cruel? Or was she expecting it? There's a limit to how cruel you can be if you're human. I don't know who it is, but the culprit isn't human. There's no way their blood is red. Ooh, the culprit isn't human. It's just the chosen by the Huh? Hey, Maria, did you say something just now? Dude, they took away our... You know, our... Maria had just said something, but since the words were so remotely separated from the flow and context of the conversation, I couldn't understand them for a second. When I tried to ask her to repeat it again, I was shocked by the sudden sound of Aunt Natsuhi's loud voice coming from the entrance to the parlor. It looked like Aunt Natsuhi and Aunt Ava had returned from their trip to see grandfather. You can't contact them, even with the radio? If we can't use it at a time like this, why do we even have an emergency radio? My apologies. It was supposed to have a maintenance inspection every year. Wait, don't you have one of those boat signaling devices that makes a flashing light? Couldn't you use that to contact the next island? We do not have such equipment. My sincere apologies. Just then, Kumasawa arrived, pushing a serving cart loaded with breakfast. Oh, it's fine! Since there was no way we'd be able to eat in the dining hall, Hideyoshi had ordered her to take it to the parlor. Why are we eating breakfast here? Natsuhi-san, I'll tell you later. More importantly, Ava, how was father? Judging by the fact he is not with you, it seems he will not leave his room, even for a situation like this. I know Kinzo was cackling. I know Kinzo was fucking... His ass was sitting there looking out the window. I know Aunt Ava broke the news, and he fucking closed his eyes, and he went, heh. I know that ass went, heh. He wasn't there. Oh. The room was empty. What the? Where could he have gone at a time like this? Do you mean to say the master has left his study? That is correct.
Oh, and look who came out of their study today.
I was surprised myself. I wonder when he left his room. Do any of you have an idea? Natsuhi looked at Genji and Kanon as she said this. Maybe she was trying to ask whether the servants who served directly under the one-winged eagle knew of a place he might go. However, it was probably the other way around. Their faces made it clear that those who knew Kinzo best realized even more than the rest how impossible it was for him to leave his room. Even we have no idea. As you all know, within that study, the master had everything from a place to sleep to a bathroom. I couldn't imagine him leaving that room except for a significant reason.
In that case, what? Isn't it natural to assume that one of those significant reasons came up?
We still cannot be certain that's the case. Anyway, he is a fickle person, so it's possible he went for a walk by himself, unaware of the current situation. If that is the case, then we must act in all haste to tell him what has happened and ask for instructions. That's right. Although I don't want to think about it. It's possible something has happened to him, isn't it? I'd rather not even consider such a sinister possibility. No one had seen Kinzo since the discovery of those 6 terrible corpses. On top of that, the phones were broken, the radio wouldn't reach anyone, and there was no way to contact the police. Apparently the typhoon would leave tomorrow and a boat would come. But until then, no one could rely on anyone outside the island, nor could they escape the island. The tragedy had hit everyone so abruptly that they'd lost all their composure. Everyone felt a heavy silence. Everyone was impatient. Even though they needed to do something, they couldn't think of anything. I think we better think of something. Good thinking. So some of them held their heads in their arms while others got irritated. Right now, no one could explain what was occurring on this island, Rokenjima, whatever. After that, we ate the breakfast Kumasawa-san had made, which felt dry and tasteless. Fucking rude. Of course, this was right after something like that had happened. No one felt particularly hungry. However, we understood logically that not eating would weaken our bodies. It would also be rude to Kumasawa-san, who had made the breakfast. Kumasawa-san had taken some unusual Western vegetables, ones that Goda-san had probably ordered for his ultra-elaborate meals, and cooked them in a Japanese style, which made them turn an unpleasant color. As to what Goda-san had been planning to cook with those ingredients, right then, I couldn't even imagine it. If I did think about it, I'd be reminded of the way Goda-san died, and a sour taste would fill the inside of my mouth. Everyone pretended to eat for the time being, but of course, no one made much progress. Then, we began pooling our knowledge of our current situation. First off, 6 people, which included Uncle Kraus, my dad, Kirie-san, Aunt Rosa, Goda-san, and Shannon-chan, had been found in the Rose Garden storehouse as brutally mutilated corpses. And yet, we still couldn't contact the police, since both the phones and the radio were unusable. So until the typhoon had passed, there was nothing we could do. Furthermore, grandfather, who we might have hoped would be able to show a little leadership in this kind of situation, had disappeared some time ago. Goda-san hadn't made breakfast, so grandfather's stomach must have been empty. And if he had just been taking a casual walk, we should have been able to hear him whining about how hungry he was right now. And despite that, he hadn't appeared. There was more than a small chance that he'd gotten caught up in this crime. According to my aunts on their way back from Kinzo's study, they'd searched for him, calling out on every floor, but were unable to find him. Considering the timing of it all, it's only reasonable to assume that this disappearance had something to do with the crime. We figured Dad and the rest were probably killed in the dining hall, and then painstakingly moved to the storehouse. So maybe grandfather has already been killed, and dragged to some strange place, which we simply haven't discovered yet. No one actually said it out loud, but this theory seemed extremely convincing. We will go and check that all of the windows and doors are locked. We must also conduct a thorough search for father. The children must remain in this room. Eva-san and Hideyoshi-san, I'm sorry, but please stay here with the children. I'd like to ask you the same, Dr. Nanjo.
I understand. I will wait here.
Aunt Natsuhi followed the servants, Genji-san, Kumasawa-san, and Kanon-kun out of the parlor. All that was left was Aunt Eva, Uncle Hideyoshi, Dr. Nanjo, and the 4 of us children. A total of 7 people.
Let's all stick together and maybe watch some television while we wait. Though I doubt we'll find anything good in the middle of the day on the Sunday. Let's all watch Columbo.
Uncle Hideyoshi started acting cheerfully, trying to brighten up this gloomy atmosphere. Ooh, good show. Watch it, watch it. Ooh, ooh.
Oh, really? You want to watch TV, Maria-chan? Then come and watch it with your uncle.
Maria was the only one who joined in. Even though Maria had been told of her mother's death, she didn't show the slightest flicker in her emotions. Was it really normal for a 9-year-old girl like Maria to act so much like a very young child? Everyone else's mood failed to improve, and they each sank absent-mindedly into their sofas. Aniki, can I ask you something? What is it? Just now in the storehouse. You said something about Shannon and a ring. Did you give that to her? George Aniki didn't answer, but he hung his head and closed both of his eyes. There could be no clearer response. Quit it, Badler. Figure it out yourself. You're right. I shouldn't have asked. That's right. It was me. Last night, I proposed to her. That was when I gave her the ring. I told her that tomorrow she should put it on whatever finger she wanted as her answer. I guess it was a pretty pretentious thing to say. And that ring had been on the ring finger of Shannon Chan's left hand. Well, several years ago, Shannon came to me asking for advice about you, George Nissan. I wonder what she could have said. Shannon was always really bad at lying. It was obvious pretty quickly that you were the one she was talking about. She asked whether it'd be okay for her to get close to someone, even though she was only a servant. She asked about what kinds of things boys like, what kind of clothes she should wear to make them happy. Lots of stuff like that. Well, I guess you could say I felt envious hearing her say that. So then, she was given an engagement ring, and it all ended right there. Different people value things differently, but being proposed to by a man, well, it can be the high point of your life. So I'm sure, last night I'm sure Shannon was happy, from the bottom of her heart, happier than she's ever been since the day of her birth. George Aniki sighed deeply without raising his head, or maybe tears had risen to his eyes. It seems Shannon was on duty in the guest house last night, but because she was too embarrassed to go to back to the guest house with me, she went over to the mansion. Think about how Shannon must have felt. When you receive an engagement ring, then no matter how much warning you've been given beforehand, it's perfectly normal to get so excited your mind goes blank. She must have been incredibly embarrassed. And then Shannon went to the mansion even though she hadn't been assigned there, helped Goda-san with his work, and got caught up in this crime. If only I hadn't given her that ring on that day, in that place, localized entirely within the kid. Sayo wouldn't have been caught up in that crime. Ugh! Aniki, that's the one place where you're wrong. It's definitely wrong. So don't cry anymore. Don't when they cry anymore. Badler-kun, let's leave him be. After Aunt Ava said that, I stopped talking to him. Okay! Misplaced words of comfort might actually do more harm than good. Jessica sat down next to Aniki and put an arm around him. Maybe only Jessica, who had known about Aniki and Shannon's love since the beginning, and who had even discussed that relationship with Shannon, could comfort Aniki now. I went over to Aunt Ava and sat down on the opposite sofa. Badler-kun, you really are strong. It looks like you've kept a good hold on yourself. Well, look, the depth of the love becomes the depth of the wound, right? After all, it's not like how that old bastard died has anything to do with me. Keep telling yourself, buddy. I feel bad about Kirie-san, but, well, she wasn't actually my parent. Okay, now you're just lying to yourself, bro. Now you're just, come on. I know you don't mean any of this. Come on. My. If that's so, you certainly were crying a lot back then. Well, I did think that at least crying, that much crying, was due as gratitude to the parent who raised me. The speed of that changeover and that dry tone must have come from Rudolph. That kid would always get violently happy, sad, and angry, but he'd always regain his cool immediately afterwards. It's nothing like that. I haven't really been able to get over the shock yet. I think the only difference between me and everyone else is the kind of emotions it stirred in me. What do you mean? I've been acting much calmer than George, Aniki, and Jessica. That wasn't because my sadness was any less intense or because I'd already recovered. My sadness was simply getting replaced gradually with a different emotion. Rather than sad, I'd say I'm more pissed off. What bastard did this and where? It's kind of been eating at me that I didn't get a chance to smack him upside the face. That was what I really wanted to do. I couldn't forgive myself if I just sat there, overwhelmed with sadness and hugging my knees. Since the time Dad and the others were killed, this island has been covered by the typhoon. Which means the bastard responsible for all this is still somewhere on this island. Yes, that would seem to be the case. I wonder if they're hiding somewhere in that dark forest even now. I felt like I had a very similar conversation with Kirie-san the night before. That's right. After the letter from the person claiming to be Beatrice appeared at the dinner table last night, we talked about whether or not a 19th person actually exists. Aunt Ava, do you think this murder has anything to do with the letter from Beatrice last night? That one? Well, I wonder. All of the siblings agree that the mysterious letter was sent to further complicate the problem of father's inheritance. As to whether that and the case this morning are related, it's impossible to tell at this stage. Was that letter really given to Maria by some witch called Beatrice? How could it be? All of it was a farce devised by father, wasn't it? He made Shannon-chan or someone wear that dress from the portrait and trick Maria-chan, right? Isn't that just a kind of overly intricate prank father would pull? Last night, I talked with Kirie-san about whether Beatrice actually exists. And Kirie-san also said that Beatrice was probably one of the 18 of us. Isn't that obvious? There's no one else on this island besides us, right? Then there must be someone amongst us who's pretending to be Beatrice. There's no one else but us on this island, you think? Obviously, right? Are you saying there could be someone else here other than us? No one is on this island except us. There are only 18 people. So the one pretending to be Beatrice has to be one of those 18. Kirie-san denied the existence of a 19th person by spinning the chessboard around. Even though Aunt Ava hadn't constructed an argument that complicated, her opinion at least was the same. Except, if that's the case, our situation starts to look very ugly. At the time of Beatrice's letter, the whole thing could be passed off as a prank set up by someone or another. However, if we're assuming there's no 19th person, we can't ignore this anymore. In other words, if there's no 19th person, then the culprit who killed Dad and the others is also one of the 18, right? So, in other words, the person who killed them is one of the people inside this very mansion right now. Aunt Ava smiled meaningfully. It looked like she thought this conclusion should have been obvious from the very beginning. The culprit carried the bodies of those 6 into the storehouse. But even that was an impressive feat, don't you think? That shutter is always closed and locked, right? In other words, in order to carry them into the storehouse, the culprit would need to unlock the shutter. Understand? Is it possible the shutter was left open by mistake that day? The servant said it's always kept locked. In other words, unless the culprit took the keys from the servant's room, there's no way they could have opened the storehouse. Can I, when this is all said and done, like 2 years from now, can I get a supercut of every single, in other words, throughout every stream?
Are you insane? No. Awesome. There's no way they could have opened this warehouse. I wonder if the key in the servant room was the only one. Yeah, just work on it a little bit at a time. Kenji-san said that was the case, which means the culprit knew where that single key was kept and took it. Just now, I watched when Kanin-kun returned the key to the servant room. The wall was packed with keys, and I don't think a novice would know where or what those keys went to. The culprit was miraculously able to find the storehouse key among all of those. Furthermore, even though the key didn't have a tag or anything sticking to it, they knew it was the key to the storehouse behind the rose garden. That means they also knew where the storehouse was. I'll say it even clearer. The culprit knew the inside of the servant room well. Her argument was extremely plain and clear. If the bodies had been found thrown somewhere in the bushes of the rose garden, there wouldn't have been much to go on. However, if there was only one key to the storehouse in the servant room, and it was stored with such a large group of keys, a novice would not be able to tell them apart. This meant the culprit was someone who went into the servant room a lot and was familiar with the locations of the keys. Family members didn't normally go into the servant room, which meant that one of the servants is the culprit. I'm sorry, but even I can't tell you any more than that. However, I'll tell you one thing. What's that? It's reasonable to think that the culprit, no, culprits, are multiple in number and fairly well armed. They'd have to be, wouldn't they? They had to assault the 4 in the dining hall and kill them, drag a total of 6 bodies all the way to the storehouse beyond the rose garden, and arrange for that disgusting makeup and the graffiti on the shutter. There's no way that a single culprit could carry all of that out on their own, right? It made sense. It probably wouldn't have been possible for a single person with enough time. It would also take so incredibly long. It was probably safe to assume that a significant number of people were involved. Whew. So what you're saying is that maybe all of the servants were in cahoots. Please keep it quiet, okay? It wouldn't be right to voice mere speculation. Oh god, like this. Hiccups. And if that really is true, what would you do next? They might not let us leave here alive. This is an opponent who had no trouble killing Nissan and the 3 others. Right now, the only ones I can count on to fight with me are the 3 in my family, and maybe you, which comes to a total of 4 people, right? We're no better off than they were last night. In short, it'd be easy for the culprit to massacre the rest of us. I'd been playing detective with Aunt Ava, trying to expose the person who had killed Dad and the rest before the police did. If only I could cleverly penetrate the culprit's identity and stick the proof in their face. I'd been so sure that, just like in one of those detective movies, the culprit would then give up and surrender. However, the culprit would only surrender if there was no way for them to fight back. The culprits behind the crime on this island were far from helpless.
They might even be able to massacre all of the remaining people here. And on top of that, this island was like a giant closed room. What? Say that again. Cut off from the outside world by the typhoon. So they had a full day until tomorrow to kill, scheme, and camouflage themselves. In short, it wasn't a safe atmosphere where we could get very far by playing detective. To the contrary, we were at a stage where we had to be scared stiff, since playing detective might displease the culprits and cause them to commit another mass murder. Well, it's just a possibility, right? But I can't bring myself to trust the servants yet. And that doesn't mean I only suspect them. Don't you think there might be some mastermind behind all of this? A mastermind? Why do you say that? It's just a feeling. Think about what the word servant literally means. It means someone who serves as someone else's arms and legs, right? It was a bunch of Ushiramiya family members who got killed, and they only serve one person. So naturally, there must be someone involved who stands to gain from that result. This was also plain and clear. The Ushiramiya family had been right in the middle of discussions about how to distribute the inheritance when grandfather died. If this case followed the standard form of any classic mystery novel, the crime was definitely caused by someone with ties to the Ushiramiya family and who was involved in the inheritance problem. Aunt Ava had probably read a few books in that genre herself. Her argument may have had a few blind assumptions in it, but it was a standard conclusion that anyone might have reached. I think most people would end up suspecting the servants, even if they used different reasoning to get there. Especially the story about the key to the shutter. That made it very easy to suspect one of the servants was involved. And that's why I don't like it. What do you mean you don't like it? Nah, just talking to myself. I tried to dodge her question by joking, but I couldn't erase the sense of unease welling up inside me. After all, her conclusion was such an easy one to reach. A conclusion that anyone could reach. And I just couldn't be satisfied with that. If I tried spinning the chessboard around like I'd learned from Kirie-san, this was exactly why a servant couldn't possibly be the culprit. If the servants really were the culprits, they wouldn't hide the bodies in a place connected to themselves. Why on earth would they use the Rose Garden shed if they were the ones in charge of the key that could unlock it? The police would probably immediately pursue whoever had been in control of the key. It was even possible that some other facts might come to light as a result. The more we think of the servants as the culprits, the less reason they had to carry the bodies into the storehouse. But what if they knew we'd think that, and put the corpses in the storehouse for that very reason? No, that's completely impossible. When the police come and inspect the scene of the crime, they'll probably be able to uncover many things. No matter how carefully the culprits carried out that murder, some traces will definitely be found. In other words, they had everything to lose and nothing to gain. If you think about it this way and look at this murder game from the culprit's side, it's hard to imagine why they'd want to call attention to the corpses. Once the corpses were found, it could result in someone sending a report to the police, or it might make the remaining people more cautious, or it might make the survivors start to search for the culprit. None of these things would make life any easier for the culprit. It's just like the words of the main character's mother in a novel I read recently called Higurashi no Nakukoro ni. Shut the fuck up! Shut the fuck up, man! Just get out of here! Just get out of here! Whatever. This is just like the... This is just like this really fucking awesome book I just read that's so fucking cool and kicks ass and is awesome and all the characters are so good and the art's great. Okay, so Higurashi is... Okay. I will think about this. Every story needs to have a beginning, middle, and an end.
Eliminating that beginning is essential for the perfect crime. Right now, we don't know where grandfather is. We don't know if he's already become a victim or if he's one of the culprits. But this state of confusion must be beneficial to the killer. Literally, this is such a nothing reference, don't worry. Okay, the thing is that there have been 2 Higurashi references already, so I super don't believe you. I know. But I'm keeping that to myself. But I'm keeping that to myself. But this state of confusion must be beneficial to the killer. The culprit has absolutely nothing to gain by showing us the bodies in such an obvious way and making us all realize there's been a murder. In fact, this is the perfect place to spin the chessboard around. In other words, showing us the corpses in such a flashy way must be the culprit's goal in and of itself. So, at the very least, to the culprit, the appearance of 6 corpses there meant more than the deaths themselves. In other words, the culprit wanted this murder on display. To whom? To us. This is a message. The culprit's trying to shove something in our faces. I don't know what it is. At this point in time, this vulgar mass murder isn't making me feel anything except a malice directed towards all of us. Has nobody has really connected it yet to the epitaph? None of them have made that link yet? Is Maria really the only person, like, on that wavelength? Well, even if, okay, even if, I'm not even saying it like evident, like, oh, this is evidence that Beatrice is real. I'm saying it in the sense that this could be evidence that someone is using to make people think that Beatrice is real. Because it could be someone who is trying to stage these murders in the way of the epitaph. And so that's why they decided to kill 6 people. Malice towards all of us, is it? Each one of the survivors has some kind of connection to one of the 6 victims. Uncle Krause's death brought Jessica the grief of losing a family member. The deaths of Dad and Kyrie-san brought me sorrow, while Aunt Rosa's death brought Maria sorrow. Apparently not. Goda-san's death probably shocked his fellow servants. I'm gonna be so dead ass with you. I think everybody in the servants' room is doing fucking backflips. I think everybody in the servants' room is doing the fucking can right now. Oh, boo-hoo! Boo-hoo! And Shannon-chan's death brought grief both to George Aniki, who had proposed to her, and Kanon-kun, who had loved her like an older sister. Everyone now on this island has received an equal amount of sadness. How would you like it if Squidward died? Don't you dare. Don't you dare compare Squidward and Goda. I disagree. I disagree. Everyone now on this island has received an equal amount of sadness. Aunt Ava was sure that the servants were in cahoots. But then, how could you explain the deaths of Goda-san and Shannon-chan? At any rate, by this argument, the grief caused by the 6 deaths hit everyone but Aunt Ava and Uncle Hideyoshi. Even Aunt Ava, who had directed suspicion at the servants and acted as though she herself was beyond suspicion, could not be ruled out as a suspect. In the first place, she was able to argue that the servants were suspicious by focusing on the shutter's key. But if you look at it from a perspective of motive and who would gain, Aunt Ava's name rises to the top of the list. She is next. She is next on the list. I know what you're thinking, Badler-kun. You're thinking about if Goda-san and Squidward from SpongeBob are really that similar. Huh? Oh no, please don't tell anybody about how my head's so full of obscene stuff. I'm the one who's going to gain the most from these murders. Since I'm going to be suspected anyway, I might as well get it out in the open. I tried to dodge the issue by joking around, but apparently it didn't work. The inheritance will be divided into as many parts as there are siblings, but right now, I'm the only one of the 4 left. All of the assets of the Ushiromiya family will become mine. If Uncle Hideyoshi heard you, he'd say, "Could you give it a rest? It's not funny." I'm sorry. I was just fooling around since I'm going to be suspected anyway, no matter how much I try to smooth it over. That's why, from my point of view, this murder might have been designed to cast suspicion on me. Unfortunately, my alibi for last night is weak. Could you tell me a bit more about last night? As you know, the discussion between the siblings of how to slice up and eat the inheritance continued until late in the night. But I don't know how late it lasted. My husband and I had woken up early that morning. We were so sleepy, and a little past midnight they let us go. We then returned to the guest house and rested there. Can anyone other than Uncle Hideyoshi prove that? No, wait. It's not like I suspect you or anything, okay? Oh, are you sure about that? I don't know if it counts as proof, but when we returned to the guest house, we were greeted by Genji-san, who asked if we needed a towel. I think that should be enough to prove we returned to the guest house a little after midnight. Though if my theory was correct, the servants would all be in cahoots, and that wouldn't actually make for much of an alibi. Hey, you got a point there. Guess that means I'm playing detective with the real culprit right now, huh? However, let me say this for my honor's sake. If I was after the inheritance, I'd never commit such a bizarre set of murders. After all, if I just wanted to make them forfeit their rights to the inheritance, it wouldn't matter to me how they died. It'd be much smarter of me to try and make their deaths look like accidents. Especially if you're assuming I laid out some careful plan that involved even the servants. You've got a point there. If you're killing someone for personal gain, you definitely shouldn't make it look like a murder. Exactly. That's why I'm in such a blue mood. Police will probably treat me like the mastermind and investigate all kinds of things. Not fun at all. Aunt Ava shrugged with a bitter smile. It was just as easy to suspect Aunt Ava as it was to suspect the servants. So if we spin the chessboard around, that make it impossible for the culprit to be her, suspicious as she is? However, if that sort of argument always works, then motive can never help us in any way. No, that can't be right. Knowing the motive must give us powerful clues towards knowing the culprit. That's why murderers from all time periods disguise crimes in complicated ways, clearly preventing their motives from being discovered. I don't get it. I just don't get it, me. Every time I spin the chessboard around, it keeps flipping from front to back and back to front. Are my thoughts bringing me closer to the truth? Or are they... Aunt Ava didn't want to talk any more than that, so I folded my arms and headed to the window to cool my head a little. As I looked over the parlor, I saw George, Aniki, and the others gathered, talking. It looked like they were talking about the magic circle that had been painted onto the shutter. As Uncle Hideyoshi thought back to that time, he started drawing the shape in the margins of Maria's notebook. I see, since Maria was second only to the grandfather in knowledge of the occult, she might understand what it meant. I think it was probably something like that. There was a mark that looked like a variation of a cross, and then surrounding the circle all around the perimeter were these closely packed strange letters on all four sides of the cross. And in the four corners there was something written. It didn't look like the alphabet or something like that. It was what they call ancient characters. And around the top of the circumference there was a small mark. 5 small circles arranged in a plus sign, and straight lines connecting them. Yeah, there definitely was something like that drawn there. Yep, there's no mistake in the shape. I don't understand the thin characters, but the arrangement was nearly the same. Everyone was staring down at the shape, so I stared down at it too. From what I'd heard, this had been painted on the shutter to the storehouse with some material that looked like blood. I see. This sure is unsettling. Grandfather's probably the only one who'd want to draw something this weird. Seriously, where did he go? I want to grab him and ask him what the hell this is supposed to mean. Jessica's voice contained impatience and anger. She hadn't gone so far as to say Grandfather was the culprit, but she seemed sure that Grandfather knew something about the culprit's background. Of course, if you were searching for a link connecting the Ushiramiya family to the occult, 10 out of 10 people would think of Grandfather. Also, to a person who knew nothing of the occult, this strange mark would have no meaning, which meant that this might have been something addressed to Grandfather. That's right, and the reason the crime was shown to the survivors was so they'd find this. In that case, where had Grandfather, the essential recipient of this message, disappeared off to? Does this shape ring any bells? Ooh. Maria looked over at the shape with a serious face. Maybe she was enthusiastic because this was her area of expertise. However, her appearance was that of someone separated from the events at hand. As though this thing hadn't been drawn on the shutter closed around her mother's corpse. My first impression was that the design resembled a German cross. It certainly does have that kind of design. Does that mean it has something to do with Germany? The German cross was originally a crest from a religious order of knights and was supposed to protect pilgrims traveling to sacred places. So in other words, this magic circle might have some religious meaning? Nah, it's just for fun. This is starting to sound like gibberish. When I looked over at all of them, preparing to jump into the discussion, something shocked me. Maria was smiling. An eerie and incomprehensible expression on her face. It was almost as if she was making fun of everyone's ignorance. It was an expression I wouldn't have dreamed to find on Maria's face. And she laughed. That eerie, jarring laugh was something I didn't want to believe was possible, even though I was looking at it right in front of my eyes. You people aren't even close. Can't you tell just by looking? While everyone was busy being scared out of their wits, Maria kept on cackling happily by herself. After a while, that laugh was suddenly and abruptly cut off, but her expression still looked like it belonged to someone completely different from Maria. This is the 7th magic circle of the sun. The characters are written in Hebrew. Give it here. Sure. Maria stole the writing materials from the stunned Hideyoshi's hand. She then started drawing another magic circle with a rustle. And right next to the one Hideyoshi had drawn. Bro, more Hebrew? It's fucking Emeth all over again. See? It looks sort of like this, right? Yes. It was... Maria, incredible. You really do know a lot. Jessica tried to smooth things over by praising Maria. Maybe she wanted to confirm that this was still the Maria we all knew so well. But Maria didn't answer her in any way in particular. Bro, she's locked in. We can't talk to her right now. She's on another plane. Maria began swiftly writing unfamiliar characters in the corners of the shape. When Uncle Hideyoshi and Dr. Nanjo saw them, their eyes immediately began to open wide.
Written on the top and the bottom and left and right are the names of the angels who preside over wind, fire, earth, and water.
Oh God. Is that a like a hard CH? Chasson, Errol, Porlock, and Taliahad. And in the four corners are the names of the 4 great kings: Ariel, Seraph, Tharsis, and Cherub.
Is that what you saw?
Even if they hadn't been able to correctly write what they had seen, when they were once again shown something identical, it wasn't difficult for them to realize the two were the same. When Maria asked them whether it matched, Uncle Hideyoshi and Dr. Nanjo nodded over and over again.
There's no mistake, that's it. I'm sure there were characters that looked like that. How were you able to write something like that? There was also characters written around the circumference.
I know. Like this, right? Maria quickly began to surround the circumference with more Hebrew writing.
It's from the Psalms of the Old Testament, the 16th and 17th verses of the 116th Psalm.
You must have at least read the Bible, right? Acting as though knowing this was only common knowledge, or common sense, Maria laughed. For a while, this is an awesome expression. For a while, everyone, including me, was at a loss for words. A little later, George Aniki returned to his senses and slowly managed to speak.
That's incredible. I'm surprised. So, what meaning does this magic circle have?
It's a magic circle to borrow the power of the sun. He who wears it as a talisman drawn in gold shall be able to break free from the bonds of any prison and receive the power to gain freedom.
To break free from bonds and gain freedom?
Sounds deep. The word bonds is not limited in its interpretation to some kind of physical object. Therefore, it does not only hold meaning for people locked up in an actual jail, it can also refer to the release from mental bonds such as ties of obligation and inescapable fate.
Oh, because Beatrice and Kinzo's contract got severed.
Ties of obligation and inescapable fate, you say? That's also pretty deep.
But I really don't understand. What does this have to do with those 6 bodies? Far from being released, they were killed and stuffed in a storehouse, weren't they?
It's not like the magic circle was drawn for their sakes. The 6 of them were there for the sake of the magic circle. It's truly pitiable.
What do you mean? What in the world do you mean when you say the 6 of them were there for the sake of the magic circle?
Maria lifted up her pointer finger and waggled it as if she were making fun of us. That's written around the circumference. Can't you read it? Psalms, chapter 116, verses 16 and 17. I'll read it for you. The Lord has freed me from my chains. I will offer to you the sacrifice of thanksgiving and will call on the name of the Lord. See?
See, you say? I've got no idea what you're talking about. So, you're saying they're human sacrifices?
If what Maria had just read aloud was a vital part of the magic circle, then it was saying that sacrifices had to be offered in order for this magic circle to be effective. So, human sacrifices had been offered inside the storehouse, where the magic circle had been drawn. Heartbeat later, everyone else seemed to reach the same conclusion. Some people were shocked, and others spat out that this was insane as they punched their knees. This was starting to get incredibly disturbing. Starting? We couldn't accept it or understand it. I don't care what kind of magic circles or curses other people believe in. I won't pick a fight with them. But did they really kill Dad and the rest as sacrifices for crap like that? I just couldn't stand that feeling. Compared to this, I preferred it when we were still disgusted by that theory about the fight over the inheritance. As I started getting pissed off with a feeling between anger and sadness, I broke from the circle everyone was in and returned once again to the window.
Something had gone insane since yesterday. There was that letter from the witch Beatrice that Maria had read aloud at last night's dinner. Ever since that point, it feels like like this whole mansion and this whole island have been getting more and more firmly locked inside some kind of bizarre world. That's right. When I think back on it, that letter was an invitation from the witch. The ruler of the nighttime island had invited us inhabitants of the day into another world. The phone and the radio had been interrupted and the island was shut off by the typhoon. So you really could call this place another world cut off from the real one by now. Yeah, as this island is now, it's perfectly normal for a witch to send us letters and for human sacrifices to be offered up for the sake of magic circles. So what will happen next? Will some weird people wearing goat masks start doing the Bond Festival dance or something? It's hopeless. It's hopeless. I don't get it. The inside of my head's all screwed up and I don't even know what to think. Anger, sadness, the opposing emotions all swirled up together. They started to suck me in. Unable to resist, I could do nothing but cover my eyes with my hands and to trust my mind and body as I started getting sucked in. On my nose. These expired. Hang on. Where's the date on this? Yes, you are expired. Oh, you aren't expired though, actually. Great. Hold on one second. Okay, sorry about that. I had to blow my nose. I had to spray my nose really quick to see if that would help at all. As I started losing heart, I began to recall a memory from when I was small. It was from when I was very young. I had unfortunately seen a scary occult movie on TV, and for a while I hadn't been able to go to the bathroom by myself. That old bastard gave an exaggerated laugh and said this. Hey, Badler, why do you think they go to all the trouble to make movies like this about demons and the occult and such? It's because they don't exist. Something like that, something that ridiculous can't be found anywhere on the planet. Because they don't exist, people want to see them and go a lot of effort making them. That's why those occult movies just make me laugh. If I were forced to choose, I'd say, rather than demons and monsters, this year's earnings call and angry wives are 100 million times scarier. I'll go further. I'd say compared to demons, I think, hot women are way scarier, and I really need to face my fears. I'll go further, okay? From my point of view, getting scared is a recreational emotion. Something for people who've got room to relax both in their hearts and their lifestyles. They had so much free time, they didn't know what to do with it. So in order to entertain their mind with unusual emotions, people started creating a culture with demons and the occult and stuff. Yeah, no, I think just throughout history. No, I think you're onto something, Rudolph. I think throughout history, famously, like, a lot of, like, people just had, like, a lot of time on their hands. Famously throughout time, I think a lot of people throughout history just had a lot of time on their hands. I don't think, you know, I think throughout a lot of points in history, I don't think Jewish people had a lot going on. So they just had time to sit around and think and come up with demons.
Seriously, why haven't I been acting so damn thick-headed? I was totally taken in. Hey, it's the song that I play. Don't try to mess with me. This is the human world. I don't give a damn about witches, demons, magic, circles, and sacrifices. The human who killed Dad and everyone else is still on this island. That's all there is to it, right? The next person who started speaking to my heart was Kirie-san. You see, in both chess and shogi, when you reach the very, very last stage of the game and get closer and closer to cornering your opponent, the number of optimal moves you could possibly make gets smaller and smaller. Therefore, if you're backing someone against the wall, or if someone's doing the same to you, both players' moves become infinitely easier to read. In other words, when you're completely cornered and you think you have no moves left, that is the moment when it's easiest to read your opponent. However, when a person is forced into a defensive position, they can't help but lose their ability to think clearly, so they aren't able to get their minds around their opponent's moves. That's when you spin the chessboard around. With all my strength, I slapped my face with both hands. Now my eyes were truly open. And you don't understand anything, and you're completely cornered like I am, just like I am now. Isn't that the perfect time to spin the chessboard around? While on the defensive, we can't even guess at the culprit's scheme. If we spin it around and look at it that way, just what might we see? First off, at the time the culprit committed the murders, they knew the island was being cut off by the typhoon. Therefore, they should have understood that even if they carried out the murders, they wouldn't be able to get away early the next morning. In short, the culprit had begun without securing a way to escape. Furthermore, that bastard tossed these corpses in the storehouse. Then was even kind enough to say, here they are, with that weird bit of graffiti. In other words, since we'd probably find the corpses sooner or later, they wanted to show them to us. If we'd all been dim and hadn't noticed the storage shed, the culprit's goal would not have been achieved, would it? If you think about it this way, that bastard of a culprit, since this morning, they must have been watching our every move with bated breath. After all, if we hadn't been so kind as to discover what was on the storehouse, all of that hard work and preparation they did last night would have just gone poof. What did the culprit want to make us feel by showing us the corpses in the storehouse? All 6 of the bodies had their faces noticeably destroyed. Was it a grudge? A warning? The defacement of the bodies had occurred after death, so it hadn't been the means by which the culprit had killed. It didn't mean anything to those who had been killed. Yeah. Yes. It did have meaning to those who found the bodies. The culprit wanted to make it appear that they had been killed so brutally. Ha! After thinking this way, I really want to tell that bastard to stop taking me so lightly. Who'd just dance to that tune? If you're told, please be scared, you can't just say, really? Sure thing. When someone tells the great Ushiromiya battler the entrance is right here, I'm the kind of guy who will start wanting to sneak in through the window. The next thing that had me concerned was that so-called magic circle on the shutter. As Maria, who had shown that her knowledge of the occult rival grandfathers, had recognized that magic circle was genuine. They must have drawn that thing in pitch black darkness, taking a lot of time and holding an umbrella in one hand. Isn't that an amount of hard work and perfectionism impressive? What purpose would have been worth all that effort? If we were looking for a fan of the occult in this mansion, most likely all of us would naturally suspect Grandfather. Did they want to make us think Grandfather was involved? But if that's all they wanted, they could have just drawn any old scribble that looked like a magic circle. It wasn't like any of us amateurs would have been able to tell the difference between genuine and fake. However, this magic circle was genuine, and furthermore, it had even been written in Hebrew. So this magic circle had a message that could only be understood by someone with knowledge of the occult. A message is a form of communication. Awesome. Awesome. Hang on. That's a screenshot. That's a screenshot. By sending it, they were hoping for a reaction. Reaction? For some reason, we couldn't find Grandfather now. I don't know how Grandfather might have spotted the magic circle on the shutter, but did he choose to hide himself in reaction to that? No. Was it a trap to make us suspect that Grandfather had participated? You could read it either way. Damn, that's annoying. What kind of reaction was the culprit hoping to get out of us by putting on this occult show? Somehow, that felt like the culprit's weak point. A letter from Beatrice that Maria had read aloud during last night's dinner sprang back into my mind. This was a freak who'd asked us to enjoy a battle of wits. Isn't that interesting? This is a battle of wits between us and the witch. Will we be sucked up by her occult game first? Or will we pull off her fake skin first? There's a whole day until the typhoon passes. Why not enjoy ourselves? Finally noticed that the inside of the parlor had gone quiet again. Everyone had sunk into their favorite sopas? Whoa! Jesus H. Everyone had sunk into their favorite sofas, some deep in thought. Some irritated, some acting depressed. Maria was once again enjoying the TV as if she had never left it. Nah, she acted like nothing even happened. It looked like she'd found the commercials more fun than the boring program, as she happily yelled ooh ooh and giggled. I stared at each person's appearance in turn. If there isn't a 19th person, the culprit must be in this room. No, that's not true. It could be fucking Manon or Lennon. It's definitely Maria. He killed them. Right now, Aunt Natsuhi's searching the mansion with the servants, right? So you think there's a 19th person? No, didn't they also say that there were there were a bunch of other servants there at the house, right? That just aren't on screen? Right now, Aunt Natsuhi's searching the mansion with the servants, right? Then we shouldn't say in this room. In this mansion is where the culprit has to be. After all, it's possible Aunt Natsuhi was behind us, and we still can't deny that one of the servants might be the killer. Anyone could be guilty. Still, Aunt Natsuhi and the rest sure are taking their time. Of course, it's not a small mansion, but isn't this taking a little too long just to walk around checking the windows and doors? Just as I was thinking this, Aunt Natsuhi and the rest returned. Not one of them was missing, but our relief was short-lived. Everyone looked at Aunt Natsuhi in shock. The talk I'd had with Aunt Ava started to creep back into my mind. The possibility that the culprits had enough in numbers or weapons to kill all of those 6 at once. Huh! Forgive me if I've startled you. I brought this to be prepared for the worst. Dude, this is one of the coldest sprites in history. Fucking Aunt Natsuhi with the heat. Dude, like, come on. Those fucking blob hands holding a fucking sawed-off shotgun. After all, that thing in Aunt Natsuhi's hand was a rifle. At a glance, its silhouette looked a lot like a hunting gun. But it was unusually short and kind of looked like a kid-sized weapon. However, it had a weightiness to it that made it clear it was no kid's toy. That gun is Kinzo-san's, isn't it? Did you know about it? That's right. I remembered it was in Father's old collection, and I managed to find it. Whoa! Awesome! Natsuhi-san, is that thing real?
Yes, it's real. It can fire live ammunition. Long ago, Father used it to scare away wild birds. That takes me back. Where did you find that thing? No matter how much I asked him to let me touch it, he never let me lay even one finger on it. Oh, Grandfather had one of these? I didn't know that. Long ago, Grandfather was really addicted to cowboy films. That generation really liked this kind of rifle. Is that a Winchester? But I've never seen one that short before. Ah, I remember, it's that gun! That really takes me back. That's the one Steve McQueen fired off in Wanted, Alive or Dead. Father sure has good taste. It is an item the master ordered specially from America long ago. As you can see, it is a working gun, so please don't tell anyone about this. He was quite fond of it right after he managed to acquire it. It seems the workings that ejected the cartridges were more interesting to him than shooting it, and he played around with it back in the forest all the time. Still, it's rather disturbing. Are you sure you should be dragging this out? This is to prepare for the worst. There was probably more than one offender involved. Furthermore, those horrible people killed 6 of us, including my husband. I have a responsibility to protect everyone until tomorrow in my husband's place. As Natsuhi-san said this, she slumped down into one of the sofas and took a deep breath. She had been trying to find Grandfather, as well as check the doors and windows. Since Grandfather wasn't with her, she probably still didn't know where he was. I carefully checked all of the doors and windows throughout the mansion. However, we must be prepared for anything. Everyone, I think it would be best if we all remained here. Oh, good point. If everyone's gathered here, then we can all feel more secure by keeping an eye on each other. What do you mean by that, Ava-san? Nothing really. I'm just agreeing with your opinion, aren't I? There was a stormy atmosphere between the two of them. If you think about who was the most suspicious from the inheritance problem standpoint, Aunt Ava was the obvious answer. However, there was no proof that Aunt Natsuhi was innocent. No, if you view Beatrice's letter as one of Grandfather's complicated pranks, and think of this crime as just an extension of that, there's more than enough reason to suspect even Grandfather. Also, Aunt Natsuhi thought the criminal was on the outside, but Aunt Ava thought the criminal was on the inside. In short, it was the question of whether or not a 19th person exists. That same question has been repeated endlessly since last night's dinner, with the letter from the witch who called herself Beatrice. So, was the culprit among us, or not? And did the witch Beatrice exist, or not? If you assume that something as stupid as a witch can't exist, you're basically saying that one of these relatives here, who share a common bloodline, is the culprit. That was too unpleasant. It'd be much more comfortable to simply accept the fairy tale-like character of the witch. A witch? A witch drawing a bizarre magic circle and offering human sacrifices? If I could accept that rubbish, I'd be able to trust all the people in this room. However, damn common sense got in the way. It kept repeating that witches don't exist. In that case, the culprit must be among us. In the middle of the seemingly endless rain, none of us could break the silence. Wow, I did it perfectly too. Lunch ended and the servants removed the tableware and went to the kitchen. The wind and rain neither weakened nor strengthened, and the island remained cut off from the outside world. At first, it seemed as though Natsuhi planned to stop anyone from taking a step outside the room, but when it came time to prepare lunch, she finally realized this would be impossible. However, in order to avoid having anyone alone in the kitchen, she told the 3 servants to go together. Because of that, the servants were the first ones given the right to leave the stuffy parlor, which had been packed with 11 people. Since breakfast had immediately followed that terrible incident, preventing most of us from eating much, everyone tore into their lunches in silence. I will wash the dishes, so you can rest a while, Kanon-kun, Genji-san. Do you want something to drink? I don't need anything, Kanon. I don't need anything either. You two must have been so busy and so early in the morning. It's no wonder you're worn out.
The only noise was that of Kumasawa washing the dishes, which resounded throughout the kitchen. Genji and Kanen sat in some chairs a short distance away, their eyes lightly closed. Just as Kumasawa had said, those two had probably built up a great deal of fatigue. That didn't mean they could let it show in front of the relatives. Avoiding that was one of their virtues. After the silence had continued for some time, Kanen opened his mouth and muttered, "Shannon, why did she have to die in such a horrible way?" "Forget about the manner of her death. It was nothing more than bad luck."
"You're right. It was nothing more than bad luck."
They both fell silent once again. "What do you mean by that?" Kanen's expression was filled with grief.
"To think that Shannon-chan's actually dead. I still can't believe it. Poor thing. Not being able to see her again feels like a lie. I just wanted to see her smiling face one more time."
Kumasawa spoke with her back facing them. After all, Kumasawa hadn't seen Shannon's corpse, so she had no trouble mentioning Shannon's face. When Kanen heard those words, it reminded him again of how only half of Shannon's face had been left, and his grieving expression twisted even further.
Why did Beatrice-sama do that to Shannon? If she wanted a sacrifice, there were plenty of others to choose from. Why? Why?
It was nothing more than bad luck. If we were less lucky, you or I might have been lying out there instead of Shannon. Or it could have been someone else entirely. Everything is left to fate.
Genji-sama, you said the door to Madam's room was stained with traces of something like blood, right? The same substance that was painted on the shutter?
Indeed. It was an unsettling mark, almost as though someone with blood-stained fingers had been trying to pull out the doorknob. No, scratch through the door. That sort of unpleasant mark.
So does this mean Beatrice-sama came to visit Madam's room and tried to open the door but couldn't?
Genji thought back to the time he had seen those traces on the door of blood on the door to Natsuhi's room. With the substance sticking to the door around the doorknob and the marks of something scratching against the door, it had definitely appeared as though someone had tried to open the door but couldn't. How did the madam avoid being chosen as a sacrifice? If only she'd been chosen, Shannon wouldn't have had to die. Just then, a loud, sharp noise came in from the hall. Both of them turned around, surprised. "That's a pretty interesting chat you're having there. Let me join in too." Before any of the servants realized it, Battler was standing in the doorway to the kitchen. "Bro."
Battler-sama, how rude of us."
Genji-san and Kanen-kun stood up, surprised, and hastily bowed. I was like, that is an awful, what an awful conversation to have someone walk in on. But I didn't care about stuff like that. I was more concerned with continuing their discussion. I told them I was going to the bathroom, so they let me go. I thought I'd suffocate if I was locked up in that room any longer. I was about to come ask you guys for some water, but then I overheard something pretty interesting. You don't need to bow your heads or anything. Please, let me hear the rest.
That just now wasn't really...
I've been listening to you for a while. Don't try to hide it now. So I'll ask directly. Who is this Beatrice? She's supposed to be a witch from a kid's story, but it doesn't look that way now. Kanen-kun averted his gaze. It was obvious that he didn't want to talk about this, which only made me want to ask even more. While making an effort to smile, I grabbed the collar of his shirt. Last night, this would have been none of my business. But after this morning, everything's changed. Now that Dad and the rest have been killed, this is totally my business. I have the right to listen to the suspicious story, don't I? I glared into Kanen's eyes as he continued to avert his gaze in apparent pain. Since there was a big difference in our heights, Kanen had to stand on his toes, and it looked like it hurt a bit.
Adler-san, please let go of him. Kanen-san isn't really hiding anything. Then you won't have any problem talking about it, right? It's lonely being out of the loop, you know? When I tried to further twist up his collar, Genji-san cut between us and spoke. In his expression were faint traces that he'd made up his mind to do something. Apparently, he had no intention of hiding it. I can tell you about it. Kanon only hesitated because you might have taken it badly, Battler-sama. Hesitating, huh? Not very manly of you. Whatever it is you're talking about, it's even more unpleasant having it kept a secret. Tell me about it. It's not like we have anything better to do before tomorrow comes. A slightly spooky story might be the best way to avoid getting bored. Genji-san and Kanon-kun looked at each other, and then nodded as though they decided to talk. Understood. Please ask us anything. We will talk. Right. Then I'll ask. Who in the world is Beatrice? All I know is that she's a witch who lives in the forest in Rokenjima. Of Rokenjima. I've heard it's a story grandmother or someone invented to keep people out of the dangerous forest. Is that wrong? No, it isn't wrong. It's as you say. Beatrice is a witch who dwells in the forest of Rokenjima. Adler-sama, I don't expect you to believe this all of a sudden, but Beatrice-sama exists. She is a real person, the one who gave the master a vast amount of gold and worked beside his side for many years. Huh? Come on. Is grandfather paying you to repeat everything he says? I laughed like it was a joke, but neither Genji-san nor Kanon-kun laughed. Not even Kumasawa-bachan, who was avoiding my eyes, flustered as she started washing the dishes. So unfortunately, I was the only one, laughing. Painfully. Bitterly. I see. That's why Genji-san refused to mention it. If you really mean it, of course I'd take it badly. So, you're saying that a person named Beatrice actually exists? Yes. She has been working for the master since before the mansion was built on this island. She has most likely been working for him even longer than I have. What do you know? Kirie-san's theory was off. Grandfather really did have a confidant called Beatrice. Is that person on the island now? Yes. I believe that she is here. That's a vague way to say it. I guess that means you haven't seen her face today or yesterday. That is correct. It is extremely difficult to say, but, Kanon-kun once again dropped his gaze, avoiding my eyes. Come on, don't just stop there. That's like freezing an inch before the blow, right? I urged him on jokingly again. However, it looked like Kanon was still confused as to whether he should speak or not. Then, Kumasawa-bachan whispered, You cannot see her face, because Beatrice-sama has no form. She has no... What did you say? Beatrice-sama has no body. Therefore, unless Beatrice-sama wishes it, common people like us are not able to see her form. I have heard that the portrait shows what Beatrice-sama looked like back when she had a human form. It seemed he yearned for that figure so much, he would often stand in front of that portrait. Beatrice-sama sometimes shows herself by changing her form into glittering butterflies. On the rare occasion that you spot them somewhere in the mansion, there is a rule that you absolutely mustn't chase after them. It is whispered that you will meet with disaster if you do. In fact, there was a servant who broke that rule and quit because of a great injury. Oh, wait a sec. Are you kidding me? Are you all serious about this? Battler-sama. Beatrice-sama has already arrived. Such language may be unwise. Beatrice-sama does not like it when she is profaned. If you doubt her existence, you will surely meet with disaster. Adler-san, you probably find this topic unpleasant, but you know what? Beatrice-sama does exist. She exists. Beatrice-sama hates people who doubt that. Can't you tell, Battler-sama? Beatrice-sama has already arrived here. Come on, quit it! I'm weak against that stuff. Enough with the cheap threats. However,
There was no trace of a joke in the eyes of the three servants. On the surface, I laughed and tried to look unconcerned, but I was quickly starting to sober up. Their eyes were also sobering up fast. Adler-san, I beg that you stop profaning Beatrice-sama. Please trust me. Kumasawa Bachan, who is usually cheerful and would always tease people, now spoke with a totally serious face. Oops. Well, even if you say she exists, I don't see anything. Are you trying to say she's standing right next to me or something? Quit joking around. Huh. Just then, that unnerving laugh suddenly filled the kitchen. When I turned around, Maria was standing there by the entrance, but her expression and the feeling about her presence, felt exactly the same as the servants. Whether your wavelength matches or not is determined at birth. Badler, you were born with a mismatched wavelength. Don't need to bring it up. That's why you can't see her. That's why you can't meet with her. And that's why you can't talk to her. You're the type Beatrice hates the most. Fuck, don't say that! Maria laughed like it was funny, but it sounded extremely eerie. It was almost like she was laughing at me because I alone didn't understand. Do you want to know about Beatrice? Yes! Beatrice is a 1,000-year-old witch. With all of the demons at her command, she can harness the power of alchemy to create the Philosopher's Stone and a vast quantity of gold. Grandfather built up all the vast wealth of the Ushiromiya family by making a contract with her. Yesterday, I read Beatrice's letter, didn't I? That was real. Well, I guess it's pointless for me to try and force you to believe. After all, it looks like you were born without a trace of the sixth sense. What are you talking about? Witches? Demons? Who told you about that? I heard it from Beatrice herself. Maria kept doing that unpleasant laugh. However, the servants who watched over this didn't even blink. She heard it from that witch in the portrait adorning the entrance hall. Maria kept on laughing in a weird voice, as though this was nothing more or less than the truth. Maria, it might be rude to ask, but I'll ask one more time, okay? Who gave you that letter yesterday? I got it from Beatrice. How many times must I tell you before you understand? You don't get it, do you? You can't see it. You can't believe it, can you? Just then, Maria's laughter suddenly stopped. Badler, you still don't understand? Beatrice-sama exists. She exists, you say? But where? Like I said, Beatrice-sama exists here. That's right. Now that I think about it. I've been feeling for a while now that the servants' eyes have been pointed in quite the right direction. I figured they were just staring absent-mindedly, but that wasn't the case. The four here, Genji-san, Kanin-kun, Kumasawa-san, and Maria, everyone except me, was looking at a spot right behind me. Holding my breath tightly, I slowly looked over my shoulder. Of course, there wasn't anyone there. I've known that the whole time. However, everyone in that room, except me, was focusing on that point as if there was someone there. Beatrice is the mighty golden witch who has lived for 1,000 years. But since she can't show her form to humans of the wrong wavelength, she can't talk to them. And you know what? That's really sad. It means she truly despises it when people like you, who were born without a fragment of the ability needed to sense magic, deny that she exists. You're lucky, Badler. Good thing I gave you that charm yesterday, right?
Don't you realize what kind of curse Beatrice would have put on you by now if you hadn't been carrying it around? You really are lucky, Battler. Oh, that scorpion keychain. I thought that was just some cheap gift or something. But are you saying it really had some power? If it weren't for that, you'd be lying in that storehouse as a sacrifice with your face crushed by now. You're so lucky, Battler. I see. So if it weren't for that, I'd have been killed by now. Battler, why don't you believe in Beatrice? Even though she exists. Right now, over there. Look. Hey, I'll bet you want to believe it now. Believe it, and thank me for giving you that charm. If it weren't for that, you'd be in the storehouse right now. But then, maybe you would have saved someone else in exchange, right? Right then, I burst into laughter. Playing witches had been pretty fun up until a second ago. But unfortunately, that last one seemed to be too much for me to gloss over. Then it's all useless, isn't it, Maria? If that's true, then I'm sorry, but it's all useless. When Maria saw me suddenly start laughing, she stopped. Even though she didn't understand what I was laughing at, she realized it wouldn't be pleasant for her. I thought it might hurt you, so I didn't say it earlier, but... Well, I thought I'd put that charm you gave me in my pocket, but I must have dropped it somewhere. So the charm can't be the only reason I'm alive now. And even though I should have been cursed by the witch, I'm perfectly fine. Sorry, but I don't believe in things I don't see with my own eyes. Sixth senses? Wavelengths? Magic sensitivity? Sorry, but I don't believe in fake stuff like that. When I hear the girls in class start talking about how good or bad their ability to sense the supernatural is, it pisses me off. I don't know how much grandfather is paying you, but if you're trying to talk me into joining some cult, believe me, you won't be able to do it that easily. Battler-sama, you guys are free to believe whatever you want. However, when it comes to the things I believe, the one who decides is always me. Sorry, but I can't believe in something as shady as Beatrice until I've seen her with my own eyes. I spoke forcefully and sharply. Then, Maria started cackling again. Well, that's just fine, isn't it? Eventually, even people like you with totally mismatched wavelengths will be able to see Beatrice. Very soon, she will revive. Beatrice will revive. Once that happens, she's promised to talk with me and play with me a lot. There'll be absolutely no need for you to doubt or for us to force you to believe. She will appear very soon. After a meal, some people tend to head to the bathroom while others prefer to relax for a bit. It seems that several people had left the parlor, just like I did when I went to the kitchen to drink some water. In the end, Aunt Natsu reluctantly retracted her order that everyone remain packed into the parlor, on the condition that no one headed out on their own or strayed too far. In any case, if 11 people are shut up in the same room starting early in the morning, the air will start to stagnate. Also, quite some time had passed, so everyone was starting to recover from the shock of that morning, and their sense of danger might have been weakening too. However, it was a certain fact that 6 people had been killed inside this mansion, so no one was completely negligent. So, whenever they went out into the hallway for a breath of fresh air, trying to act tough, they would quickly get scared of standing there isolated, and would eventually return to the parlor. I guess it's like the north wind and the sun. If you force someone to stay shut in, they'll resist. But if you tell them to do whatever they want, they'll come back obediently. People really do like not doing what they're told. The servants finished cleaning up from the meal. They returned obediently to the parlor, just as Aunt Natsuhi had told them to, and sat on a sofa near the entrance, patiently awaiting orders. Maria,
almost as though she had suddenly finished playing witches, had returned to the pure Maria I knew well, saying ooh ooh. What in the world happened back there? I hadn't felt even an atom of the presence of this person called Beatrice. He was supposedly standing behind me, invisible. However, it felt like I had glimpsed a little of that presence inside Maria. You're right. When Maria starts talking about witches, her personality changes. Badler-kun, you also saw it down by the beach yesterday, right? You mean that scorpion keychain? No, I don't mean that like when her feelings were hurt. I'm talking about her having a dual personality or something. Yeah, that happens sometimes too. That thing Maria did when she was talking about the magic circle does happen every now and then. It's freaky though. Apparently, Jessica had spotted that key Maria a few times. I just happened to catch it at a bad moment and was pretty freaked out seeing it for the first time. So what is that? Does Maria have a dual personality or something? Or are you saying that her spiritual sense is really that strong and she's being possessed by a spirit or whatever? No, I don't think it's that. Haven't you ever experienced it? When you were small, didn't you ever want to be someone other than yourself? No, probably not. When humans are born, no one has any individuality. However, when they reach their growth period, their sense of self starts to be born. They want to be different from other people. But since everyone else in their class is learning the same things at the same rate and being forced into the same lifestyle, of course they aren't going to find anything that makes them different from everyone else around them. Once they realize that, the first thing they do is start breaking the rules in what's called their rebellious stage. Since everyone else follows the rules, they want to show off their individuality by breaking them. So even those who try to act tough, mocking everyone around them and calling them childish, can actually be viewed as cute kids searching for themselves, if you look at it this way. It's a little something we in the industry like to call moe. Well, I'm lecturing all about all this like I'm so smart, but I actually got it secondhand from George Aniki. I myself was one of those embarrassing guys who thought it was cool to act like a little bastard. Well, that was when I was at the age where you try to show off for the opposite sex. The main feature of the growing period lies in an impulse to break away from your life as a kid. Like a chick trying to crack open the shell of their egg. Right. Do you know what makes children and adults different? Age? Or do you mean size? No, it's experience. Adults can look down on children because children have very little life experience. The reason they snort at everything children say is because they think kids know nothing about the real world. Yeah, I understand that. When you're a kid, you talk like you've got life all figured out somehow, trying to act like an adult. No matter what kids say, adults just snort at them and say they're too naive or that they'll understand when they get older or something. Well, it's probably true, but to a kid, it's just annoying, like they're being looked down upon. I get it. It's a question of knowledge and experience. Well, I guess you're right that there's no reason to respect a person for their age if they've just wasted their lives. Therefore, during the period when they try to separate themselves from other children, they also try to take on personality traits different from those around them. And if knowledge and experience is what separates kids and adults, I get it. If they know something no one else knows, it becomes part of their identity. You know, when I was in elementary school, I'd learn things no one else knew. Get things no one else had, wear things no one else wore, and became a bit of a hero for it. I'll bet you've done the same thing, Badler. Yeah. There was definitely an age where I wanted to excel in some skill or other. Bro, you're 18. Why are you talking like you're not still in that point? Have you peaked? Have you just given up? I see. So that's because I was trying to separate myself from being a child, or going through my growing period, in other words. You still are, bro. What being fucking 10 years old than the protagonist of this story feels like. If you put a positive spin on it, the growing period forces you to separate yourself from others, thereby pushing you to gain skills and knowledge no one else has. this is also interesting from a sociological standpoint. I'll take your word for it, Ryukishi. Because people hate being like everyone else. They try to learn skills other people don't know. In this way, society can acquire the broad range of skills it needs to survive. The quality of the gods' programming is truly inspiring, or surprising. Well, unique personality traits can also be negative, right? Like, if, say, everyone in the class was studying hard, but I was the only one slacking off, trying to stand out. Okay, that last bit really was true about me. It's only recently that I've been able to thank the middle school teacher who slapped me after school. But, well, I'd try to jump over things no one else could, sprint as fast as I could, trying to lap those guys with good grades when we did a marathon. I just felt like doing it. It was in my nature that if I couldn't study well, then at least I could get back at them by exercising. I see. So I really did go through a proper growing period. I guess boys really do tend to focus more on physical stuff. But you know, girls of the same age tend to focus more on mental, spiritual things. I'll bet there were groups of girls in your classes that got really interested in fortune telling in their spiritual senses. Yeah, there were. They'd come over asking me for my sign and my blood type, and then they'd laugh. Ah, I thought so. It really got on my nerves. No matter which class you go to, girls like fortune telling. Write this down. Deciding on whether your spirit sense are strong or weak, what your sensitivity is, whether you can see the unseeable. That kind of thing definitely happened to me. That's because fortune telling and spiritual senses are things that aren't taught in school. Girls, who tend to be more introverted, it's a genre that's easy to build an identity upon, and one that holds a lot of interest for them. Just like how, when boys enter their growing period, they start acting tough and rebel against adults. When girls enter their growing period, they start getting interested in that kind of thing. Well, I didn't, though. So, Maria having so much interested in the occult isn't that rare among girls her age? Even if we accept that, I wonder if that explains that creepy dual personality thing. Actually, I think I probably could accept that explanation, more or less. As you just said, becoming an adult means gaining knowledge and experience. So, to gain that, it's necessary for children to learn all sorts of things and break free from childhood. However, there are certain convenient delusions that you often see in the world of children, both now and in the past. Do you know what I mean? You see it all the time in manga and anime, right? It's kind of like that. Like you've got memories from a previous life that start to resurface. Like you're being possessed by the soul of the great something or whatever. Ah. Or it could be like that a sleeping gene gets awakened. Or maybe a sealed power or memory returns. There's all kinds. For some reason, stuff like that's really popular at that age. Why is that? All of those examples you've just mentioned are illusions that let children immediately add to their sum of knowledge and experience. If a 9-year-old girl says she has a 1,000-year-old witch possessing her, then she gains a 1,009-year-old identity. So basically, studying is annoying, but these delusions are convenient for people who want to brag about having a skill no one else has, amazing the people around them. So you could brag about something without having to work hard or study. This sounds like a bunch of people that are pissed off that the mental gymnastics that people have to go through to deny the fact that a 9-year-old girl has a 1,000-year-old witch with her. I see. Isn't that a kid's greatest dream? Furthermore, in their desire to separate themselves from being kids, they always project an image of their ideal self. And it's not rare for that desired self to become an alternate personality. Even you, Battler-kun, probably have a slightly different personality at home and at school, right? It'd probably be embarrassing if your friends at school saw how you were at home. At school, you try to project yourself as you want to be, but home is where you're your true self. So, in other words, I'm changing my personality depending on the situation. Are you trying to say that having multiple personalities is actually really common? I don't think these are the same thing. George, I really don't think these are even remotely the same thing. I don't think being kinder when you are, like, out in public means that you have a fucking, like, split personality. A girl who's a fan of the occult might say she's being possessed or awakened. Honestly, there are some kids who change their personality so much it's creepy. And some boys do it too, right? Guys who say they've blown their top and suddenly turned into some overplayed violent character. I'll bet they think it's pretty cool, but it's painful to watch. Let's sum this all up. So you're saying that even if a girl show about Maria's age shows a creepy second personality like she did a minute ago, it isn't such a rare or unusual thing? Simply put, that's right. Identity is an important factor when building up one's sense of self. So if you make fun of it, it could actually cause children to go back into their shells. So it's important to go along with them to some degree, although the broad-mindedness of the parent determines whether they play along in full or not. Aniki, I can't believe you're single. You sound like you've already raised kids through middle school. Well, Badler, I wouldn't... Maybe that's a little disrespectful right now. I wouldn't have said that. I would not have said that right now, personally. So, I wonder if Aunt Rosa also knew much about Maria's dual personality. She knew about it. Just between us, Aunt Rosa really hated it. Oh, I could fucking guess. Yeah, no! She said it was unpleasant and that Maria was becoming increasingly isolated from the rest of the class. So, anytime Maria started talking about the occult or laughing like a witch, she'd slap her. Ugh. And it looks like Maria stopped talking that way in front of her. Maybe that thing back there was just a little game from a girl facing her growing period. Just a girl trying to show that she was different and independent by holding interest in witches and the occult. And since she wanted to be different from herself, young as she was switching between her normal personality and the personality of her ideal, a witch. At first, I found that very disturbing, but after being lectured to by George Aniki, it felt like this was a path everyone walked down at one time or another. I haven't told anyone, but when I was in kindergarten, I joined up with a little gang of kids trying to form an Earth Defense Force. Say that again! Saying we'd help protect peace on Earth. Dude, it's fucking Space Wars again! Holy shit, it's fucking Space Wars again! This motherfucker just keeps writing the same damn game! This hack fuck! My face turns red when I remember how, during what we would call battle practice, we would chant, EDF! EDF! Just like usual, Maria was relaxing, immersed in the TV, ooh-oohing and laughing just like any girl her age. But on the inside, another personality, that of the ideal which she respected and blindly accepted, was sleeping. That wasn't anything extraordinary. It was perfectly natural for a girl of her age. I've calmed down a little. The shock from my bizarre experience in the kitchen just now is fading away. If I hadn't talked to Aniki and Jessica, I might still be frightened by the idea that an invisible witch is standing right behind me. However, can I really accept that as an explanation for what happened back there? If it had just been Maria, I could have explained it as the fickle delusions of a growing girl. But Genji-san, Kanin-kun, and Kumasawa Ba-chan had also been there. None of them had denied what Maria said. They silently accepted that Beatrice exists.
I was starting to feel a little uneasy. Aunt Ava's position was that no 19th person existed, that the crime was an inside job tied to the family quarrels. On the other hand, Aunt Natsuhi's position was that the culprit was hiding somewhere outside the mansion, so she rejected the possibility of an inside job and supported the idea that a 19th person existed. And in the kitchen, Maria and the servants had also supported the idea of a 19th person. But according to them, this 19th person isn't human. They said it was an invisible witch carrying out some mysterious plan. Is there a 19th person? Or not? And is the culprit human? Or a witch? For some reason, I just couldn't laugh off any of those possibilities. Not even the most ridiculous story about the witch. Jessica, all I know about the story of the witch is that the adults made it up to keep the kids too scared to enter the forest. But is the story different here in the mansion? Oh, oops, wait. There we go. I forgot to turn this on. My fault. Why am I saying my fault to you? It's none of you can tell what I just did. I feel the same way you do, okay? I think it was just a stupid ghost story that parents made up so their kids would listen to them. But I can't deny that the atmosphere inside the mansion makes it a little hard to say it out loud. After all, Grandfather has proclaimed that Beatrice exists, and because of their position, the servants can't doubt that. Even Uncle Kraus and Aunt Natsuhi don't want to get into a fight with him, so on the surface, they go along with it. So, it's probably fair to say that doubting the existence of Beatrice is taboo to those who live and work in this mansion. Unlike the rest of us who only come here once a year. Is that right? Jessica took a deep breath in admiration. It looked like Aniki had guessed right. It's just like you say. No one really believes it on the inside, but on the outside, they accept that she exists. See, it's just like the way some people are about God. Even if they know God doesn't exist, they feel like it'd be uncouth if they actually said it out loud. How do you think the servants feel about it? Are they just going along with it because Grandfather, their employer, says that she exists? Well, I don't really know the details, but between the servants, the story about Beatrice has been treated like a sort of ghost story. Remember yesterday when Shannon was talking to us down at the beach? That story about how one night when she was doing the rounds in the mansion, she saw something unsettling? She did say something like that, didn't she? Back then, I thought she was just being really nice to help improve Maria's mood. But it felt like she was serious when she said it. That's right. She definitely said it. She definitely said the same kind of thing that Genji and the rest at Hall unanimously declared back in the kitchen. In addition, some servants have also seen will-o'-the-wisps and glittering butterflies dancing around. Kanin-kun also saw something like that when he went patrolling one night, and recently, you often hear servants talking about strange footsteps heard inside the mansion near midnight. We've whispered together that the Beatrice-sama in the portrait sometimes makes herself invisible and walks through the mansion. It happened a while ago, but even I have footsteps while patrolling at night that resemble those stories. That's right, she definitely said that. Exactly the same thing that I had just been told now. But there's nothing to be afraid of. Beatrice-sama is another rule of this mansion, separate from the master. So there's no need to be unnaturally afraid. If you respect her, I hear she won't do anything bad. However, she can be quite terrifying if you don't respect her, right? Correct. I've heard that just before I began working here, someone who spoke badly about Beatrice-sama fell down the stairs and quit after receiving a large injury to their back. Because of that, there was a rumor between the servants that Beatrice-sama's anger had been brought upon this person. Or brought down upon this person. If you don't respect her, you'll suffer her wrath and get hurt. So, to the servants, Beatrice's existence is just as credible as the story that if you pull pranks on Inari-san, you'll receive Kitsune-sama's curse. Of course, even though everyone accepts that curses and the like don't exist in the modern era, people are still afraid and still have a little respect for them. You often see it when, in a residential area, someone is building a house,
and they call a Shinto priest for a ceremony to honor the god of that plot of land. You might think it was just a big waste of time and money, but it's said that if the workers don't do that, a big accident will occur, so they never neglect to do it. It's like the guy who says he's charging up a Kamehameha. You don't, like, he probably can't, but you don't want to be the one who finds out if he can, right? You also hear about how if an Inari shrine is carelessly removed during a town replanning, there'd be a curse by Kitsune-sama. I think I might have read somewhere that when the occupying forces were trying to expand an airport, they tried to remove an Inari-san that was in the way, and the workers kept getting struck down by mysterious fevers. Even in modern cities like Tokyo, it wasn't rare to see modern buildings packed around an old Inari shrine, leaving the shrine itself untouched. And this wasn't limited to Japan. It's probably similar to how foreigners baptize babies. If I remember right, by Christian doctrine, if unbaptized souls have even the slightest amount of sin, they will still go to hell. Putting water on a child's forehead doesn't do anything but make them cry. But if by doing just that, parents can prevent their children from going to hell, they will happily go through with that ceremony. In short, even in this modern society of reason, we were still unable to throw away every trace of belief and fear. You could even say that we accept certain sorts of supernatural things, though in a passive way. Maybe the only difference on this island is that Beatrice is the object of that worship. So, in other words, if anything happens that doesn't seem explainable in human terms, it's called the work of Beatrice. I think Shannon-chan said it herself. Windows and doors and locks that were tightly shut would be open the next time you went to check them. Lights that should have been on went out, and lights that should have been out were turned on. And if I remember, even Jessica was joking about it, saying it was also the work of Beatrice when she couldn't find her bag in the morning. Your memory's pretty good. Normally you'd say some little imps took them, but on this island, it's Beatrice. Well, it's all pretty stupid though. This mansion has been standing for about 30 years by now, hasn't it? It's natural for things that get old to get their fair share of ghosts and occult stories, like the 7 mysteries out of school. But that's where I'll spin the chessboard around. Huh? Simply put, on this island, there's a rule that Beatrice gets blamed for anything that couldn't have been done by humans. Things that humans can't do. How many humans are there? 18. In other words, the culprit is using the rules of this island to make it look like a witch committed this crime. Which proves that they desperately want us to think a 19th person did it. I don't like it. I don't like it one bit. What do you mean you don't like it? Let's assume that some invisible 19th person exists and wants people to know they exist. If it were me, I'd do it with even more perfect timing. What do you mean by perfect timing? Well, the crime took place sometime between the middle of the night and dawn, right? We had some people who were talking together until the middle of the night. And some people on night shifts and some people who returned to their rooms and were sleeping. Everyone's alibi is really vague, so there's plenty of room to suspect that the crime was an inside job. George Aniki, Aunt Ava probably told you too, right? That there's a good chance this crime was an inside job? Yes, I guess. In other words, if this invisible 19th person really exists and wants to let us know it, this first crime was a complete failure. No. In the first place, they chose the wrong time of day to do it. If this invisible 19th person really wanted to show themselves, they had to make sure that the crime took place under conditions which proved that the remaining 12 people were all innocent. As long as there's a single human we can suspect, this 19th person's attempt to highlight their presence fails. That's why near midnight, when everyone's alibis are at their vaguest, the 19th person's existence is also at its vaguest. And yet, the culprit chose to commit the crime at that time. By committing the crime then, one of the 18 would obviously be suspected. And yet, someone handed Maria the letter and called themselves a witch, even though everyone denies they did it.
In other words, you're trying to say that one of the 18 is trying to make it look like a 19th person called Beatrice exists? That's a pretty crazy idea. I think Mom's theory about someone hiding outside the mansion is a bit more credible. Badler, don't tell me you actually think someone in this room is the culprit. I do. Someone's trying to force us to accept that Beatrice exists. That's right. This whole thing started as far back as the letter last night. I don't have any basis or proof. But with the chessboard turned around, this is my best guess. Seriously, that's too crazy. You sure you haven't been reading too many weird detective novels? However, it's an angle we can't ignore. Whether there's a 19th person or not, the culprit's definitely planning something involving that rule about this island. Dude, it's too bad that it's fucking... Hold on. I have to confirm something. Okay, no. No, they would have had... Okay. They would have had... I was trying to... If this game takes place in what, 1981? 1982? No, 1981. So Columbo, the original 7 seasons of Columbo already would have wrapped up by then. Columbo would have been off the air for some time now. However, it's an angle we can't ignore. Whether there's a 19th person or not, the culprit's definitely planning something involving that rule about this island. Just now, listening to Badler couldn't talk, I remembered something that's a little disturbing. Something disturbing? Yes. Do you remember? Beatrice's letter. It said that Beatrice was going to collect interest. And by interest, it mentioned everything of the Ushiromiya family. Jessica and I thought back on what Maria had read aloud the previous night. Yeah, it said that. It definitely said that. That's the collection of the interest. That the collection of the interest was going to take place shortly. But if the riddle of the gold could be solved, she'd lose that right. Grandfather received the gold and rebuilt the Ushiromiya family. In other words, according to Beatrice, everything created using the gold as capital counts as part of the interest. Which means... That's pretty scary for a joke, Aniki. You don't mean everything of the Ushiromiya family. In other words, everything that grandfather gave birth to. Grandfather gave birth? Good for him. I will be right back. 1 second.
I return.
Everything that grandfather gave birth to. In other words, dude, two in other words in the same sentence. Everything with grandfather's blood flowing through their veins. Well, no, because then why would Natsuhi be targeted? If you interpret the letter that way, these murders are just Beatrice legitimately collecting interest. If that's the case, these crimes will continue, because the collection of interest is still only halfway completed. George turned around, looking over the parlor. There were still many people who held the name Ushiramiya, and because Goda-san and Shannon-chan had been killed. I guess that's true. I guess Goda-san and Shannon-chan also are not related to the Ushiramiya family, but were still killed. We knew that not even the servants were safe, despite lacking the Ushiramiya family name. Alright, I'll shut up. My fucking fault. I don't know what I'm talking about. The fucking... Fine. I'll just stop talking. Let the game do it. Let the game play itself. So are they planning to kill us all? But that's weird, George Nissan. In that case, why only 6 people? They should have been able to kill a lot more. At worst, it should have been possible for them to assault everyone while they were sleeping and kill them in a single night. Why didn't they do that? The special clause. If someone manages to solve the riddle of the gold, their right to the interest will be lost. And remember how the letter ended. It challenged us all to solve the riddle of grandfather's gold. Jesus! It looks like we're finally understanding the culprit's message. In other words, the culprit's telling us to try and solve the riddle on that epitaph grandfather had made. On top of that, they're saying that if we just sit around, they'll keep collecting the interest. I realize this is all based on several guesses that are way out there, but not everything that happens in this world fits together in a perfect line. Sometimes there are 100 of them. Most of the events we don't understand are only individual points. By fitting them into a straight line, we're beginning to understand. When the points are at either end of the line or really close, the line itself is more logical and easier to understand. When those points are really far away, the opposite is true. It's the distance between those points that make us say our guesses are way out there. However, if the distances we span are too narrow, that means our thinking will be narrow too. Is there a difference between making guesses and reasoning? Am I just using easily made guesses to try and force this crime into a pattern I can understand? Yes, bro. Just admit there are witches. No, that's not it. When you're lost in the dark and searching around with your hands, what you're doing is relying on your imagination and making guesses. Only imagination can find the points that need to be tied together. Reasoning is nothing more than the act of drawing lines between them. If you can't imagine, you can't reason. What I'm doing right now may be way out there, but I'm sure it isn't a mistake either. Only the power of imagination can pull clues out of the darkness, and then I can use the power of reasoning to tie those clues together. It was a lot like the process of searching out an enemy's weak spot and striking. It's okay if I'm way out there. Find a weak point first, then we can think about how to strike. Right now is the time to find points we can tie together later. For the time being, I put aside whether a 19th person existed, and announced our theory that the goal of the culprit might have been to make us solve the riddle of the epitaph. Uncle Hideyoshi seemed to be extremely interested, but Aunt Natsuhi said it was ridiculous and dismissed it. Of course, if you think about it that way, even that letter from yesterday makes sense. That motive seems to fit pretty well with the facts. Setting aside whoever it was gave Maria-chan that letter. Ooh, Beatrice exists! Ooh!
Even though she was puffing up her cheeks in that cute way she'd been doing since yesterday, I couldn't think of it as cute. If I poked fun at her, she might suddenly transform into a creepy laugh. There is no hidden gold. However, if the culprit is blindly sure of its existence, and if they're trying to make us solve the riddle before snatching the gold away from themselves, then I will agree it makes sense. I get it. Like, I get it. She has to keep it close to her chest, but also, like, now of all times to be saying shit like, no, there's no gold, is like, are we sure? I mean, she doesn't believe that there's a fucking witch, so she sees no reason to play along with trying to solve the riddle. However, if that were the case, why would they start by killing those most highly ranked in the Ushiramiya family? I see your point. If they wanted to make us solve the riddle, killing those closest to Kinzo-san doesn't sound like a good plan to me. That's true enough. And if we're going with that argument, wouldn't it have been quicker to threaten Father in the first place? You'd think it'd be faster to just ask the person who wrote it, rather than try to force us to solve it. You got a point there. Still, I think it'd take more than your average threat to make Father spill the beans. Anyone who knows Kinzo-san well would probably realize that he won't bow to ordinary threats. He's the man who bears responsibility for the Ushiramiya family and all its vast wealth. He's been exposed to many threats and attacks in the past. The family only prospers today because he was able to overcome all of them. That's freaking right. That's freaking right, yo. I can't even imagine our grandfather obeying someone because of a threat, yo. Jessica, watch your language, yo. Yes, Mom. In that case, what about this idea? No, wait. Is this one also way out there? Couldn't hesitate. Out there ideas are like bows and arrows. Might be hard to hit with, but it's a great weapon because you can hit enemies far away. They say most people who've died in battles were killed by arrow wounds. In a battle, you can't just shoot off one arrow. You shoot with a whole bunch of arrows at once, pushing forward towards the enemy troops with a wall of them. So keep shooting, over and over. Create a wall as you push forward towards the truth. If the culprit is after the hidden gold, forcing us to solve the riddle wouldn't be very efficient for them. It'd be much quicker and easier to ask the person who made it in the first place. In that case, the question is this all a message directed at Grandfather? In other words, these murders were a threat made against Grandfather. If he didn't tell the culprit where the gold was, his family members would be killed off one by one. Well, I feel like they picked a bad person to threaten with family. The guy who did not want to talk to his family at any point today, the past, day or two. He's like, tell us where the gold is or we're gonna start killing your... Tell us where the gold is or we're gonna start killing your family. Do you promise? What if we weren't the only ones being forced to solve this riddle? What if Grandfather was too? If you think about it that way, it explains Grandfather's mysterious disappearance. The culprit has already attacked Grandfather, then judging by the state of the state the 6 corpses were left in, he should have been left on display somewhere with that horrible makeup added. But despite that, we still haven't found him. So does that mean Grandfather has been kidnapped and is being held somewhere? How could... You aren't saying... How could... That sounds interesting.
So grandfather's being confined somewhere, and the culprit's saying will be killed off one by one if he doesn't tell them where the gold is? It pains me to imagine how you'd find that interesting. Aunt Natsuhi glared at her, but Aunt Ava just smiled calmly. Since we still haven't seen him after all this time, I think it's almost certain that grandfather's gotten caught up in the crime. He's gonna walk through that fucking door like any second now. If you think about it, you can't just ignore Badler-kun's theory, right? Be quiet, George. In the first place, when did father actually disappear? Who was the last person to see father? It was probably me. This morning, when we didn't know where my husband and the rest were, we discussed the possibility of them being in father's study, and I went to check his room and greeted him there. Come to think of it, I've been holding the key to his study the whole time, haven't I? Genji, let me return this to you. Aunt Natsuhi pulled out the gold key and handed it to Genji. Looking at the key, Aunt Ava giggled. Hey, Genji-san. I'm sure the police will inspect father's room thoroughly. If there's anything hidden there, it'll just be exposed anyway. So maybe it'd be better if you just told us about it right here, right now. What are you talking about? It's simple. Father's study is a closed room with no way in or out except for that key, right? I want to verify whether that's true. There is one entrance to father's study. What about the window? Any other entrances or exits? There are none. There is no way to get in except the entrance. You sure about that? There isn't some secret hidden door or anything? Since father isn't here, I am the highest ranked member of the Ushiromiya family. I am asking you as a representative of the Ushiromiya family head. Remember that when you answer me. Are there any ways in or out of that room other than the main entrance? As father's closest aide, I'm sure you would know. Aunt Natsuhi looked a little offended at that part about the highest ranked family member, but she kept her mouth closed for the time being and waited for Genji's answer. I couldn't help but feel a little uncomfortable. Why was she going on and on about hidden doors? You too, Kanen-kun, Kumasawa-san. If you know, won't you tell me? If there is one, it'd be better if you said so. Otherwise, a certain person might be driven into a corner in a second. If we assume that there is a hidden door, then my argument comes to nothing. Aunt Ava didn't specify which person was about to be driven into a corner, but following the flow of the conversation, I had to feel that she was referring to Aunt Natsuhi. Mother, what are you talking about? George, stay quiet for a bit. What do you say? Dude, holy shit. Oh my god. Pipe down, the adults are talking. Genji-san? Kanen-kun? Or Kumasawa-san? Is there a hidden door? Or not? Genji-san, when you remodeled father's study, you must have overseen the construction. I won't let you say you don't know. There is nothing like that in the master's study. You're sure? What about Kanen-kun, the one who's allowed to wear the one-winged eagle? That's right. I'm sure. There is no such hidden door in the master's study. Kumasawa-san? No, I haven't heard of such a thing. What about Dr. Nanjo? You've had a close relationship with father. I have never heard of something like that. Very well then. So are you ready? Let me begin. It's very simple. Everyone tilted their head doubtfully, wondering what Aunt Ava was about to starting to talk about so proudly. She is about to accuse Aunt Natsuhi of killing him. Aunt Ava laughed triumphantly, as though she were about to reveal a secret only she knew. Natsuhi Ne-san was the last person to spot father, right? I forget the exact time, but I think it was a little before 9 in the morning. Ne-san, do you remember? I ran into you just as you were coming out of father's study, right? Yes, I remember. What does that have to do with anything? And when was the next time you went to visit father's study? That was after we found the bodies of Nissan and the rest, right? Together with me, you went up to the study to report that, and we discovered that he wasn't there. By the way, Ne-san, at that time, when you went to enter father's study, did you notice anything? Notice anything? What are you talking about? Come on, you picked up some trash, right? A folded receipt. I do seem to remember picking up some trash. How is that relevant? I got that receipt when I bought some candy at a store before arriving at the airport. Aunt Ava pulled a small bag of candy out of her handbag. The receipt from that candy you bought back there? But, Mother, what does that receipt have to do with anything?
George, stay quiet and listen for just a bit longer.
Uncle Hideyoshi's expression was a little strict. Apparently, he understood what Aunt Ava was getting at. It really was just a whim. I definitely didn't foresee anything, or try to set up a trap for Natsuhine-san or anything like that. Actually, about that receipt... Nei-san, you remember bumping into me right after the last time you saw Father, right? At that time, I wedged this into the door of the study. So, what does that mean? Are you saying no one opened the door until Aunt Natsuhi picked up that receipt? Wait a second, Aunt Ava. Wedging a receipt in would be obvious.
Oh, so she's saying that because... Okay. Okay, so because the door was not opened between then, that there was no... And if there is no, like, hidden entrance, that there is no way that Kinzo could have left. Ergo, there must be a hidden entrance.
It's possible that when Grandfather opened the door, he noticed it, found it amusing, and stuck it back in the door.
Jessica hurriedly argued back. She still didn't really know what all this meant, but she realized that whatever it was, it would raise suspicions about her own mother. That's right, thank you, Jessica.
Of course, I folded up the receipt very small so no one would notice it. But even if you assume that he saw it fall, he would have no way of knowing how high up the door it had been stuck, right? I checked it while Natsuhine-san was taking the key out. The receipt was still stuck not 1 millimeter away from where I put it. I can't understand why you would pull such a childish prank. I'll bet you were the one who did that prank on the door into my room, too.
Door to your room?
It was unpleasant to talk about, so I never mentioned it. But when I woke up this morning, there were signs of some prank on the outside of my door, with what was probably the same red paint that was scribbled across the shutter. There were some unpleasant marks, though, as though someone had been tearing at the door.
Wait, what's this? Why'd you keep quiet about this till now?
My apologies. Since so many horrible things have occurred since then, I had completely forgotten about it until this moment. I don't know anything about that. I'm not talking about your door, but the door to Father's room, right? Between the time you confirmed that he was in his room and the time he confirmed that he wasn't, that door wasn't opened even once. How did Father get out if he didn't use the door? I don't know that. That's what I want to know.
Natsuhine-san, other than you, who else checked to see whether Father was in his room? Last night, the last time I met Kinzo-san was when we were playing chess. So I was with him until just before dinner. Who saw him after that? I did. I gave him his dinner last night.
Yes, Shan and I were with him.
So at that time, Father was still definitely in his room. However, Natsuhine-san, when you found out he wasn't there, it looks like all ways in or out of the study were closed, right? But even so, you said you met with him this morning. I don't understand why everyone has become so gloomy. Could someone please explain it to me?
Father and Mother, are you saying that what Natsuhi says about meeting Grandfather this morning was a lie? Like hell she'd lie about that. Mom's guiltless. Why would she lie? Jessica, I keep telling you to watch your language. All at once, the whole room was in an uproar. Aunt Ava and Aunt Natsuhi confronted each other across the parlor table, with George confronting Jessica. What the heck's going on? Many people spotted him last night, right? But since this morning, the only one who claims to have seen Father is Natsuhine-san. And then there's that strange fact we learned from my receipt. So, how can we connect these points together? Aunt Ava urged everyone to imagine it. Sure, that receipt could become an important point, but I didn't know which other points to tie it to or how. If we try searching for the answer Aunt Ava probably wants, we'll find that Aunt Natsuki lied and acted as though grandfather was in the room this morning. Has that fact been exposed by a whim of Aunt Ava's? I don't get it at all. Why would Mom have to lie? She had no reason to, right? That's what I want to know. But Jessica-chan, you can't be sure she had no reason to lie and say that grandfather was in the room. After all, you see it in mystery novels every now and then. That trick where people fake the time of death to create an alibi for themselves. What are you talking about? I've never heard of that. We still haven't found father yet, but it's pretty natural to assume he's already been killed. If that's true, there's no doubt we'll find his corpse soon. If, at that point, the time of death could be cleverly faked, Natsui-ne-san would be able to create an alibi. Do you understand? Everyone? This morning, when Aunt Natsuki confirmed that grandfather was there, she lied. And he was already dead at that time? And then she moved the body to some other location? And tampered with it so that when we find it, we'll think he was killed just a second ago. That'd make it possible for her to create an alibi, even just by staying with the rest of us. Then she could say, I heard someone screaming, dash over there and become the first to find the body along with everyone else. Is that what Aunt Ava's saying? Ridiculous. After all, detective novels are merely books for the purposes of entertainment. You can only think of such an indiscreet idea because you read them all the time. That's right. Even if she did try to fake the time of death a little, all that would be blown away in an instant once the police did their autopsy. That might have worked in the past, but do you really think that kind of trick would work in modern Japan? It doesn't make sense. You think so? This morning, when Dr. Nanjo looked at the corpses, he was only able to give a vague estimate of the time of death, right? Autopsy results are very easily affected by the environment and individual differences. Yeah, okay, but like... But Dr. Nanjo also, like, didn't do an autopsy. He doesn't, like, that's not his job. He doesn't know how to do that. Like, he's not gonna, like, cut anyone open or anything, so he really has no means to do an actual autopsy report. So it's really kind of just him, like, looking at the bodies and being like, I don't fucking know. It looks like some shit happened, I guess. Oh, that's gross. Ooh, that's gore. It's a very relative estimate with an uncertainty of several hours. And unfortunately, the police's scientific investigation will have to wait until tomorrow. It wouldn't be easy to measure the correct time of death so accurately, even in modern Japan. Isn't that right, Dr. Nanjo? Examining a corpse is a very extremely difficult task. That requires both experience and instinct. I've heard that there's a very high chance of a mistaken diagnosis. I imagine it's very possible for a misreading of just a few hours to occur. I will be right back once more.
Boo! I'm back.
I imagine it's very possible for a misreading of just a few hours to occur. However, for an alibi, that's more than enough. It's an old trick. It's a trick that works well enough. Natsui-san. It's not like we want to suspect you, okay? No, it's okay. No. Natsui absolutely wants to suspect. Like, Aunt Ava absolutely wants to suspect you. We just want you to prove your innocence so we don't have to suspect you. What is this innocence you want me to prove? This morning, I definitely met with Father. And he told me to keep the one-winged eagle engraved in my heart. Are you denying that he said that too? I will certainly not permit that. I won't let you deny that Father said those words. Or maybe Father's body won't appear anywhere. Normally, a person has to be missing for 7 years before they're officially dead. Wouldn't that be a clever way to extend Father's nearly finished life another 7 years and keep all of his wealth for yourself? I can't let you get away with saying that. Oh, shit. Oh, fuck. Hands up. My fucking fault. I can't let you get away with saying any more. I am Ushiromiya Natsui. Although I do not have the right to wear the one-winged eagle on my body, it is certainly engraved on my heart. What do you think you're saying to the wife of Kraus, successor to the head, and the one who will act as such in his place? What's this? Are you going to shoot me with that gun? Go ahead. If only you just shoot. You're just desperate because you can't think of a way out, right? Do it. Just try to obscure the truth with violence. You! It wasn't like Aunt Natsu had actually been holding that gun at the ready and threatening anyone, but as she was egged on by Aunt Ava, she did hold it at the ready. Unsurprisingly, once things got to this stage, Jessica and Genji-san tried to stop her. Madam, please calm yourself. Mom, you aren't lying, so there's no reason for you to listen to this. Calm down, Natsuhi-san. All you gotta do is swear that Father definitely was in that room. Why are you getting so worked up? That is correct. Natsuhi-san isn't lying. Shouldn't that be the end of it? Then I want you to explain. How did Father manage to disappear from the room? The window was closed tight from the inside. The same was true for the door, right? This morning, if you really met with Father, then you must explain how Father opened from this unopenable door closed room scenario. If you don't, that'd mean you're lying after all, right? How far do you plan to mock me? If you want to argue back, go ahead. That's right. Try explaining it right here, right now. If you do, I'll apologize for suspecting you. How did Father manage to get out from that closed room? I cannot explain, and there is no need for me to do so. Really? Then let me explain it. Let's take the best parts from my perspective and yours, and come up with a more friendly explanation. I'll believe what you said about Father still being in his room this morning. However, the next time the door was open, Father wasn't there. You don't have any objections so far, right? I have no desire to hear anything more you have to say. Shut your frivolous mouth. Here we go. Diagram 2. Here we go. My reasoning goes like this, okay? I can confirm that on both occasions, you are the only one to go through that door. And the receipt proves it. So, what's the answer to the puzzle of how Father left the room? There is also the part where, like, so the whole thing here is that Natsui is the only one who saw Kinzo this morning. And because of the fact that Natsui was the only one
who saw Kinzo this morning, that means there is, you know, question about whether it is a, like, legitimate alibi. The other problem is that literally, like, Natsuhi only saw the receipt in the door the second time around. Like, Ava's argument is no more, like, tenuous than Natsuhi is. Because, like, she's saying, like, oh yeah, I folded it up really small so that no one would be able to see it except I knew where it was. Like, okay. Like, okay. Sure. Whatever. Both, like, even if, like, even removing the element of the fact that we know that Kinzo is there because of the fact that we experienced it in the story. Like, even taking that out of the, like, if you remove that element of this from the equation, then both of their, like, insistence, like, both of their perspectives are kind of equally valid because they both have basically no way to back it up. Like, Ava has no way to prove that she did that. Ava has no way to prove that she did that, as much as Natsuhi has no way to prove that Kinzo was in the room. And so it's just a shouting match right now. It's just a shouting match, and whoever is loudest wins. My reasoning goes like this, okay? I can confirm that on both occasions you were the only one to go through that door, and the receipt proves it. So what's the answer to the puzzle of how Father left the room? The window! He was sent out the window. Natsui Nei-san, you threw Father out of the third-story window of the study into the courtyard. You! Madam, please endure it. Eva-sama, please stop this. After that, when you left and said you were going to check the doors and windows, you took Father's corpse, which had fallen in the courtyard, and hid it. That was probably when you took some measures to fake the time of death, right? Did they not go out into the courtyard? Did they not go out into the courtyard when they were looking, when they, like, went to the storage shed? After that, when you left and said you were going to check the doors and windows, you took Father's corpse, which had fallen in the courtyard, and hid it. That was probably when you took some measures to fake the time of death, right? This ties in with the case regarding Kraus, Nissan, and the rest. And also the case regarding Beatrice last night. There's a really good chance we've got reason to suspect Natsui-san in all those cases. Normally, I wouldn't want to say this, but now that it's out in the open, there's nothing else I can do. Please, Natsui Nei-san, please explain how you can be innocent. Otherwise, I can't help but suspect you. Why me? Why must I, Ushirumi, and Natsuhi be insulted like this? Looks like we've got everyone's views on record now. It's useless. It's all useless, Aunt Ava. What do you mean useless? Jessica looked up at me, hanging onto my every word. Aunt Ava's expression was confident as ever. Useless, you say? What is? Badler-kun, tell me. You're only convinced it was Aunt Natsuhi because you're only looking at the case from a single angle. It's not like I'm defending her, but that bluff of a checkmate isn't gonna fly. I think your reasoning regarding that receipt was passable. It's not a bad thread of logic, but I'd only give it a grade of 65 at best. Hey, that's passing. If this were an exam, it'd be bad enough to get you extra lessons in detention, right? Oh my. Well, how do you think anyone could break through the door sealed by my receipt and make father disappear? Other than by my theory. It's true that your theory is an interesting one. And if you could say for sure that there was no way to make grandfather disappear, then you probably would be able to prove that the last person to see him, Aunt Natsuhi, was guilty. However, since there is still a possibility she's innocent and these accusations are false, we can't be sure about that. Then Badler-kun, are you saying someone other than Natsuhi Nei-san made grandfather disappear? It'd be impossible for anyone else to do it. My receipt proved that, right? After the first time she visited that study, and until the second time when we visited together, the study was a perfect closed room, and the seal was broken on the closed room, and when the seal was broken on the closed room, he was already missing. If that doesn't prove she's the culprit, what kind of trick could they have used? Like I said, Aunt Ava, only 65 points. So, let's try spinning the chessboard around, shall we? The question isn't how someone managed to make grandfather disappear from the outside. We should think about how grandfather disappeared from the inside. The door had the receipt stuck in it, so it couldn't have been used. He also couldn't have gone through the window, because you can't lock it from the outside. And when Aunt Ava visited the study, she checked to make sure it was locked, so the window wasn't used. At that point, the study really was a closed room. We have to accept this. However, the study didn't remain a closed room forever. Once the seal created by the receipt was removed, it'd be possible for someone to escape by the door. In other words, the question isn't how Aunt Natsuhi made grandfather disappear. We need to think about how he was able to escape. Grandfather's study isn't an ordinary study, right? According to Genji-san, there's a toilet and a kitchen, and even a bedroom, almost like a little house. For example, what if he was hiding under the bed and the two of you only thought he was missing? No, I hope they don't find me. No. Aunt Ava, even you didn't check that far, right? And then the two of you went back down the stairs thinking he wasn't there. At that time, the receipt was already gone. Wait, the light was already... In other words, if grandfather was hiding in his room the whole time it was a closed room, and escaped after letting the two of you go past him, we can crack this closed room right open. What are you talking about? Why would father need to escape the room in such a bizarre fashion? Don't be so absurd. Yeah, it might be absurd. However, it still shows that there's a possibility Aunt Natsuhi is being falsely accused. Your receipt wasn't perfect. In chess, we might call that check. But it isn't checkmate. But the thing that really pisses me off is how you're pressuring Aunt Natsuhi to explain it, then claiming that she must be guilty if she doesn't. If you want to go down that road, then why don't you let me, Ushiramiya Badler, spin the chessboard around one more time? Aunt Ava, according to your own argument, you must explain to us why you and Uncle Hideyoshi couldn't have killed those 6 last night and then casually returned to the guest house. You've been trying to force Aunt Natsuhi to explain, so I'm sure you could prove your own innocence, right? Especially now that all of grandfather's wealth has suddenly plopped down right into your hands. That's right. You're suspicious enough yourself, aren't you? If you say mom's suspicious because she was the last person to see him, then what about you, Aunt Ava, the last person to see Dad and the rest? Just like Badler said, prove that you two weren't the ones who killed them. Mother, I also think your reasoning was a little overeager. I'm sure the receipt was an important hint, but like Badler-kun said, that's not enough to prove that Aunt Natsuhi was responsible for some plot. We're all equally suspicious. It's not right for only Aunt Natsuhi to be persecuted. Our proud father crawling under his bed? You call nonsense like that an explanation? In that case, why don't you explain first? Who killed those 6 and how? And then try showing us proof that you weren't involved.
Milady! Milady!
Bro, her weak lungs. Her weak lungs. Jessica suddenly started coughing. At first, I thought she was just choking after yelling too loud, but before long I realized how painful it looked. Jessica kept coughing and choking down on her hands and knees.
Jessica! Hang in there! Dr. Nanjo!
Jessica-san, your inhaler, quickly! No, wait, I have one with me. Dr. Nanjo pulled a bronchodilator inhaler from his own bag, which was lying on the sofa, and handed it to Jessica. Come to think of it, six years ago, didn't Jessica sometimes break into violent coughing fits and have to use that? However, 6 years ago, I never saw Jessica look like she was in this much pain. Bronchodilator. Sorry. Oh no. Oh, that's really embarrassing. I'm the mother. I really am so fucking hydrosity coded. Oh, that's so embarrassing. Oh. Actually, it's bronchodilator zone, not bronchodilator. Aniki, was Jessica's asthma always this bad? It's gotten a lot worse these last few years. It's no problem when she's normal, but when an attack comes suddenly, she can't stop coughing anymore.
Milady, your medicine. Here.
Taking the inhaler from Kanon-kun, Jessica used it with a practiced hand. It looked like her throat would still itch for a while, but she had it under control. Are you okay, Jessica? You scared me.
It's no big deal. Don't worry about it.
Beads of sweat covered Jessica's whole body, and she couldn't hide her rough breathing, but it looked like her sudden attack had calmed down for now. The disturbance had made the dangerous atmosphere up until now seem slightly unfocused, but that's fine. That kind of battle of mutual suspicion is completely unnecessary. When you think about it, finding alibis for each other and looking for the culprit is probably meaningless. After all, we're just powerless ordinary people. And when the police come tomorrow, they'll definitely employ cutting-edge techniques and investigate the case thoroughly, solving all of the riddles and arresting the culprit. Perhaps Battler-kun is right after all. Just as Natsuhine-san is suspicious, I can't ignore the fact that I'm suspicious too. Arguing about that now will surely be unproductive. Everything will be fine if we just leave it to the police tomorrow. But don't you want to know too, Battler-kun? Who the culprit is? Don't you want to let them know the pain you feel from losing someone precious to you as soon as possible? I won't deny that. Even one day would be too long to let the wonderful bastard who's behind this go. But that doesn't mean I want to suspect one of the 18. Even though I said what I said earlier. I don't want to suspect you, Aunt Ava. To me, you're an awesome aunt who's always fun and playful. I don't want to trade insults with an aunt like that. I wouldn't want to do that with anyone here. Right? Everyone? I feel the same way as Battler-kun. It's pointless to trade insults. It's probably just the stress built up because so many people have been crammed in one place since morning. Probably. It is only natural. May not be my place to say it, but I think we should all relax as much as possible. I feel like it is exactly your place to say it as a doctor. Eva, I think we'd better cool our heads too. The receipt's definitely a big clue for figuring out how Father disappeared. We should tell the police about it when they come. Don't tell the police that. Don't. No, they're gonna laugh at you, man. Don't. Come on. That's just not admissible in any fucking court. Come on. That's right. Right. I just felt a little triumphant when I figured out that part with the receipt. Of course it isn't fair to only suspect Natsuhine-san, right? We're just as suspicious. But still, bad Kun. At least the part about the receipt is real, okay? She doesn't want to give it up. She does not want to let go. She does not want to give this, she does not want to let go of this fucking receipt, man. She's so proud of it. She's so proud of it. Just let it go, bruh. Don't forget it. And try thinking deeply about it, what it means one more time, okay? Aunt Ava and Uncle Hideyoshi stood up. It looked like they planned on leaving the parlor. In the end, it's pointless for us to keep playing detectives. After all, the police will reveal everything anyway. That's right. Even if we don't play this detective game, the typhoon will pass. And when those lively seagulls return to the harbor, everything will settle itself. That's right. If you think about it, this kind of crime is completely trivial. It will definitely be resolved. Even if we do nothing, when the seagulls cry. Natsuhine-san, I take it you don't want to see my face anymore. I feel the same. If I remember correctly yesterday, you had some rooms prepared for us in the mansion so that we wouldn't need to go back to the guest house, right? Those should each have a bath and a toilet, as well as a lock and chain to secure the door. There's even a bed to lie on. And my husband will be able to watch TV without having to fight with Maria-chan over which channel to watch, right? Do whatever you want. But make sure to be cautious. Thank you, Nason. And mind your own business. I'll be counting on you to keep an eye on everyone, okay? Because the culprit is definitely here. And Nason, make sure you don't forget to keep an eye on yourself, too. Have you finished taking your parting shots? Yes, I'm finished. See you, Natsuhine-san. Genji-san, let us know when it's time for dinner. Until then, we'll lock ourselves in with the chain. Genji, Cannon, escort them to the guest room. We'll be fine. I hate shady escorts. In fact, I'd be more comfortable if nobody leaves this room until we reach ours. Let's go, George. I'll stay here with everyone. George, the culprit is in this room. Do you plan on staying in a place like that? Leaving this room would be the same as suspecting one of my relatives. I can't believe anyone in our family is capable of something that horrible. George! Darling, you tell him to. George is already an adult man. If his code tells him not to leave this room, then it's up to him. Let him do what he wants. Father. Aunt Ava and Uncle Hideyoshi left. The only voice that called after them was the sound of the rain. Parlor was being buried beneath the savage atmosphere. When I looked at the clock, I was surprised to find that it was already evening. Had we really spent that much time worrying about needless things, talking with each other, fighting with each other? Feeling bored, I started scratching at my head when Maria and I made eye contact. I was a little surprised since I thought she was completely immersed in the TV. I believe it now. Ooh? The letter, the murders, everything. It was all Beatrice. In fact, I almost feel like begging her to come out and take credit for it all. I want it to be the work of a 19th person. Otherwise, the 18 of us will have to keep on suspecting each other. I think believing in a 19th person is better than that. Bringing grandfather outside without opening the doors or windows must be a piece of cake for Beatrice, right? Maria, after taking a single short breath, hung her head, and then raised her face again. That's right. Locking a door is useless against a witch. Beatrice is familiar with all 72 demons. The 33rd ranked Gop gives the power to instantly carry the desired person to any location. To her,
taking a person out of any closed room isn't hard at all, you see. Witches sure are incredible. Tell her, if she feels like committing another crime, to do it in a way that no human could. And make me believe that a 19th person, no, a witch, exists. Okay, if I meet her, I'll tell her. Crap. Nothing's made sense to me for a while now. Just when I want to believe in a 19th person, I deny it. And just when I want to believe that there are only 18 people, I deny that too. Even though I want to accept there to be more than just the 18 people here, I can't accept the existence of that 19th person. Short, even though there are more than 18 people, there are less than 19 people. The number of people in this mansion is 19. Is less than 19 greater than 8. So the number of people can't be represented by an integer. However, bro, it's a fucking floating point. However, it's impossible for there to be anything after the decimal point. You shouldn't be able to show the number of people with anything but an integer. And yet, it's less than 19 but greater than 8. How do you explain the fraction less than 1? It's no wonder that 19th person was something that couldn't be seen. That's why. Since you can only write the number of people as an integer, you couldn't see that person. That witch cannot be seen because Beatrice has no body. Therefore, she's invisible. Is there a 19th person or not? Does the witch exist or not? Less than 19, but greater than 18. The witch exists somewhere in that X. We fucking broke it. It's been 4 hours. It's been 4 hours. So I think that is a perfect time to stop for tonight. Good stuff. Good stuff. Interesting stuff. A lot of interesting discussion. A lot of interesting arguments and discussions that all basically revolve around the one, like, constant that, like, nobody knows anything. Nobody is any closer to understanding the truth of this crime than when they first came upon it. And everybody is frantically, like, trying to find reason in that. Fucking awesome. It's so funny. It's so funny. Every stream I keep thinking, oh, this will be the one where Beatrice shows up. And I mean, I guess you know what? I guess technically speaking, it was. Technically speaking, this was the stream where Beatrice showed up.
You saw her, right, chat? You saw her, right? I did. All right. Well, that's gonna do it. That's gonna do it for me. Hold on, I have to. There we go. That's gonna do it for me. Um, I will see you guys. On. I will see you guys on Thursday.
Yay!
Sorry, actually no. Um, I will see you guys on tomorrow. Actually. Because tomorrow is Danganronpa on Sox's stream. And I will be there. And then Thursday I will be back on my stream with something or other. I'm not 100% sure yet. And then on Friday, I will see you guys over on Char's channel. Hopefully I will be able to make it. Because on Friday, she is playing more Super Mario Galaxy and supposedly finishing it. We'll see if that ends up how that ends up playing out. But either way, you will definitely see my ass there for some amount of time. Even if I'm not, you should go there anyway. Excuse me. But until then, I am going to toss you guys over to one Mark Toto, who is currently streaming. They were playing TTT earlier. They are currently now playing Super Mario World on the Super Nintendo. Their little fucked up Super Mario World cartridge. What's the raid phrase? What was the raid phrase? Because I know the... Is it EDF? EDF? What was the raid? Did we have a raid phrase other than that? Yes, a message is a form of communication. Hang on. I took the screenshot. I will type it out exactly. The punctuation is very important. That is the raid phrase. Again, thank you very much for coming. I will see you all tomorrow. And until then, have a good rest of your night. Goodbye. Wait, fuck, hold on. It was muted. The video was muted. Hold on. Wait. Goodbye.
Did